Zach with the slow fade out manually on the YouTube slider volume bar. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am coming to you from... Fingers are cold. There we go. So this is Lake Washington out near Seattle here. It's the Puget Sound. The saltwater is on the other side. And then this is on the freshwater side, Lake Washington. The infamous, or now infamous, Bill Gates lives, or one of his homes is on Lake Washington here somewhere. I have a lot of interesting people in the area that I've been for quite some time. And good to see you too, Willa. So this is, unfortunately, the sun doesn't set over here. This would be east. So the sun is, we're getting the last sunlight. And honestly, it's a little chilly. So I don't know how long it'll last, but as long as we got good lighting and stuff, that's kind of cool. Additional commentary overlay. So how's everybody doing? Welcome to Podcast Expanded Understanding. We broadcast from all over the place, I guess. And we have conversations every night with people like you, maybe, if you like it. It's people like you. If not, maybe not people like you, but for other people that like this and enjoy this. And we have conversation about expanding our understanding and all sorts of things, anything and everything, and really trying to help us understand ourselves better, understand the world, understand other people, and make connections and do beautiful things in the earth. Things like doing the GoFundMe and the Patreon account for one of the last remaining original indigenous tribes of South America that Zach and Jen have been to personally. We have links in the chat below. That's something we're supporting and will be going on forward into the future. And hi, Maya. And it sounds like, was it $4, $4.40 something, feeds a family for a day or something. It's like $900 feeds the village for 2 months, I believe is what it is. So that's that. And then Zach will be on shortly. He's doing some other stuff. But please, if you're here, if you're seeing this now or in the future, please like, subscribe, all those fun things. They really do help, and all those other little metrics and things. Plus, it's nice to see just, who's able to be active in there. And we love seeing people in the chat. So if you're going to watch this later, then you're not going to be able to do the live chat. But you can go back to the YouTube video and watch and read the live chat because it's always really, really engaging. And there's a lot of incredible people in there that add a tremendous amount to the show. So we're very thankful for all of you. And let's see, what would we say next? So Zach, when he comes on, he does have a word of the day. And let me think, what was I going to pull up? Oh, it's Zach's streaming. Can't keep up, bro. Let's see, does anybody else say anything? Yeah, $4 a month. Okay, $4 a month. Yeah, it's okay. So then $900 feeds the village for 2 months, then, right? That makes sense, maybe. Ooh, that's a cool animation or video. I like it. All right, so I'm gonna pull up here. Let's see what dictionary.com's word of the day is on their app, and then it'll be interesting to see if it synchronistically lines up with whatever Zach's is in some way, shape, or form. I imagine there'll be overlaps because we like interdisciplinary studies and free association and overlapping spheres, because that's how a great way to learn things and to get outside of just left brain thinking. So word of the day today is blarney. Deceptive or misleading talk, nonsense, hooey, a lot of blarney about why he was broke. Sorry, I just got another message from another Aaron and it threw me off. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I know, yeah, okay, Blarney is named after the Blarney Stone, a stone set high up on the outside of the parapet of Blarney Castle, accessible to a kisser who desires eloquence only. To a kisser who desires eloquence. It's an interesting statement. Only if he or she leans backward over the parapet to kiss the stone. I didn't know they had to do that. I know the Blarney Stone is a thing, but I know they like lean over backwards or whatever. Okay, one of them involves the goddess Cleodna, Queen of the Banshees, to whom Cormac Ladier McCarthy, who built Blarney Castle and became involved in a lawsuit, appealed for assistance. Cleodna told McCarthy to kiss the first stone he found in the morning on his way to court. McCarthy did as the goddess told him and pleaded his case with great eloquence and won. Blarney Castle is the town of Blarney, about 5 miles northwest of Cork in southwest Ireland. The name Blarney is Gaelic. Blarna, the little field, and Blair field. Blarney entered English 8th century. That's interesting. I didn't know that stuff about Blarney. So there is a word of the day, and Zach will have another one. And yeah, so How's everybody doing today? And what are people's thoughts on the video from last night too? If you guys were here or saw that, the one yesterday was on feeling is prayer, and then watching the video, Greg Braden laying that out and breaking down basically that the lower nervous system ganglion, nervous system centers or chakras, energetic centers that usually directly correlate to our emotions. And then when we combine that with our thoughts and the upper chakras and processing and being able to put those into frameworks and combine the two, in the heart, feeling is produced. And it ultimately comes down, the way he laid it out was either that feeling is either associated with fear or love, like a base emotion, I guess. Or actually in psychology, I believe they call it the babies in the womb, or especially up to the first 3 months or 2 years. Well, 2 years is the delta brain state primarily, so I imagine then. But even in the womb, that babies can come into the world at a base level expectation neurologically if the world is going to be malevolent or benevolent, or if it's going to be something like that. Like basically, it's a sense of whether if no matter what goes on in your life, you're going to figure shit out. You're fine. Like things will work together. You'll figure it out. Or you're constantly in fear because you can't even trust existing here by yourself or on your own. And a lot of that comes from the womb. Like neurologically, can prove that shit. Crazy shit. I mean, not crazy because it just is crazy because it's like, how come I didn't learn that shit in school? And then how come I didn't make connections to myself? Because I had to do all that stuff when I was an adult, you know? So connecting to those things to create a feeling in the heart, or a feeling throughout in our body, but the actual feeling is the combined thought and emotion. And from that place, that's actually what prayer is. He went into different stories and things. I don't know if you guys saw this while you're getting a Cliff Notes reiterated version, and maybe people didn't see it. Now they're like, oh, what was it last night? Hey, Jen. He interviewed a lot of monks, a lot of different people, a lot of different spiritual people, and asked them the question over and over again until he got a answer that made sense to him, or what he was looking for. He was trying to get them to explain, when you're doing these things on the outside, the incense, the gongs, the chimes, the chants, the mudras, all those things, what is happening on the inside of you, like internally in your internal worlds here, kind of what's going on, when you're doing these things. And I forgot what the way the monk or whatever summarized it in a really profound way. But ultimately, that the things on the outside are irrelevant if they're not stimulating a feeling state on the inside, some kind of resonance that you're holding for a specific goal or purpose, or trying to grab a certain data stream. Quote Tom Campbell, because I listened to some more of his stuff today. And just some short clips, actually, specifically on OBEs or out of body stuff, and it's just out of OBE. They're just a couple of short clips. They're actually really good. It helped me create a new framework for something, so that was really nice. And he was that video we watched afterwards. But so creating there's these little things here, by the way. Let's see if one stops. Oh, we stop right here? That'd be cool. They're not mosquitoes. They're almost mosquito sized, like spherically or whatever, but they have wings, like hardcore wings, not little mosquito wings. They're almost like itty bitty moths or something. They're right at the water's edge, right around the water. Yeah. Huh. So that's cool. What we're referring. So Greg Braden and feeling is greetings Spaceborn, says Frankie Fearless. Oh, I've got this. Good thing I got this little pen, or my screen would not be working. It's still not working. There we go. Boom. Got it. So I had to use a stupid little pen because I'm outside and it's cold. My touchscreen's not working, which is a little annoying, but is what it is. Greetings, sir. So he was talking about the feeling of prayer, thoughts, emotions, creating a feeling state inside. That's the point of the things on the outside, to create a feeling state on the inside. So that's where the power comes from. Then Tom Campbell went and broke down on the same track of how to help people, or compassion, and again, similar about feeling state. So your actual feeling state of emanating a feeling state, basically, does more actual benefit for them than conversation or just trying to do something nice because you think you should, or whatever. It's not so much the action, again, it's more the feeling state. So generating a feeling state of love or of care, of compassion, and always in balance, I guess, shit you gotta do. But I like being able to like personally, when it's nice because my job's conducive to it. So there's a lot of times either totally cracked out people come up to the truck asking for money or a cigarette or drink or whatever, and there's some people genuinely need, and it can be hard to tell a difference. And another comment. Love you and great to be in space with you. Fearless family. Yeah, come on, man. And so, oh shit, lost my train of thought. Looked at the comments again, Frank. That was my fault. So Tom Campbell, feeling state, emanating feeling state. That's what I was saying. Okay, so when I have people come up to the truck, a lot of times, or I see someone, I'll offer them food if they'll let me buy them food, and like to go in somewhere, and I'll buy them some food. And if they'll let me, I hang out with them, just hang out. I mean, ask them questions if they want to talk, try to get to know them, just spend time with them. And so a lot of times, I'd say most of the time, they're like, no, thanks. They just want the money. That's fine. I'm not offended. I get that. That's how. Oh, do not be alarmed. Do you see it on the screen? Be very, very frightened. Zach, what is this? Be very, very frightened when homeless people approach your car, but be fearless. But it's kind of funny. So like, that's actually okay. When homeless people approach a car, maybe the majority average first world American, or at least around here in the cities and stuff, don't know what to do. I mean, they're either nice, but if you have somebody kind of cracked out approaching your car, you're a little fuck that shit, lock the doors, and you're like, they're not down with that. It's a different feel. But being able to offer them, a meal or something, really, it's time. Yeah, it's a meal. It's just a meal. It's not, one meal is going to feed him for a minute, and that's fine. Sometimes it's all you have time for or money for, or like whatever. I'm not saying this is fine. This is just, there's all different, there's a wide spectrum of responses, and there's infinite ways out creating a situation. So one of the things I've found that works well is what I'm trying to present, is doing that. And I've had incredible conversations with people, and I've had some kind of sketchy conversations. I had to sage the shit out of myself afterwards. Am I all right? That was intense. But whatever, so like, it's just spend time with people in that regard. But emanating compassion. So there's people I'll see on the street too, driving. I literally emanate like this pulse of the intentions or the things you would, whatever it is. So it's interesting to hear it articulated that way too, because it helped me re-see what I do and the ways that I do it in an additional layer and light. So it's cool. And then we saw on the video later in, he was showing a ultrasound of a tumor that disappeared in real time while they were chanting over this woman and saying this phrase. And again, he was emphasizing it's not the word, it's the word they agreed on, but the agreement of that word is to generate the feeling state inside of them as if the cancer tumor was already gone, as if she was already healed, as if it were never there in the first place. So I've heard a lot of other stories and, from people, their own stories or stories that they've heard of that working and being true in a lot of different ways. A lot of us may have also in manifesting and positive intentions, but it's cool to add the layers of reason, maybe, and symbol sets and reasoning to it. So yeah, Frank's got a show tonight too, guys. Oh no, don't tell my audience, they'll leave. That's fine, either one. I'm sure you can catch on replay, but Frank's gonna be doing a show tonight. I forgot the name of the show, but he's on at 9 p.m. So he'll be going on there in like 45 minutes. So it's nice to have you, Frank, in the meantime. If you want to pop in and chat, bro, please do. I'm just down here by the water, starting to get cold. But doesn't it look nice? It looks so nice. I mean, come on, how many videos are going to have like this view in it right at this time of day and everything? That's cool. Okay, if you want to come in, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to send you a link, huh? If he's still there. Watch me popped in for a little bit and he's out. All right, let's see. Spring Castle, there he is, right there. Cool. And then it's actually coming on soon. Trying to think. I don't know if I have much else that's on the top of my mind. There was some cool shows thinking about today. And I remember thinking I need to put an ethereal pin in it, or I might not remember, and I forgot to put the pin in it. I don't remember. Oh, Jens, it's so pretty, Aaron. I know it really is. I live in such an incredible place. Really, last night, if you saw on my Facebook, I went to, after the show, I just felt like driving out of the city, which I feel like doing a lot. I don't do nearly as often as I would want to. It's been a while. And so just drove, and I decided to go to North Bend, which you guys might know if you live around here. Oh, she knew. She wasn't here for the first part where I explained where this was, but yes, Jen, this is Lake Washington. So that way is where the sun's setting on the Puget Sound, and then right here is Lake Washington. And I was saying something, but I forgot. But it looks like Zach's about to come on. So yay, Zach. Nope, there he goes. Wait, there he is.
Am I laggy?
A little bit.
It looks like my camera's laggy. No, it's not.
Nope, not. Yeah,
Okay.
not now.
Okay, it fixed itself. It was false alarm, guys. False alarm. Not actually.
Oh wait,
laggy.
okay. Hold on. That's what I was saying. Jen was saying, and Jen just brought this up. So you and Jen used to live in North Bend. Okay, so check this out
correct.
then. All right. So listen to this. So last night after the show, as you were hearing, as I was saying right before, but like, I just felt like driving out of the city, and I just want to go on 90. I didn't know how far or whatever, because like I got to get some sleep and go to work tomorrow. You know, I can't go that far. And I just headed for North Bend. Like I felt like just go to North Bend. So I went to North Bend, and I just kind of went synchronistically from there. And I literally ended up right at Snoqualmie Falls. Like I didn't try to go there. I didn't follow any maps. That's the road. That's where I ended up. And so you could park in there. And so I went in and got pictures or whatever. And then I ended up like rolling down my van right by where you can hear like the raging waterfall going. And I slept in there for a couple hours till the sun came up and got some more pictures and then went to work. Because that's what I do. Sometimes. Must be a gypsy thing, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Snoqualmie Falls is a pretty fucking cool place, for sure.
Really cool.
No doubt about that. So, yeah, you were talking about the words of the day and then like what we did yesterday. And if you guys want, let me know in the chat. We could watch some of the Tom Campbell videos that he watched earlier. I have no idea why my camera is laggy. Like it might be because I'm using the mobile hotspot. Is my audio cutting out?
What's your no? Change your frame rate because I need to actually. I'm turning mine back down because I'm on hotspot too. I'm turning to 480. I had on 720. I had on 720 when I was full screen. But if you drop the quality down from the settings inside StreamYard, I don't even
know where those settings are on a phone.
Below our same place. You might have to turn the phone sideways or whatever. But it's the little mute, stop cam mic settings.
I literally don't have that on my phone.
Oh, you may not. You may not.
It doesn't even show backstage stuff.
Yeah, so. I was gonna say.
It's because I'm hotspotting from the same phone that I'm streaming, that I'm video connecting from. I think is the reason.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So hopefully it won't be too much of a problem. If it does, I can just go ahead and fix it later. As long as the audio is good, it's really not a big deal. I can be a slideshow the rest of the time. If you guys did want to watch the Tom Campbell videos that he watched, we could bring those back up and watch through those. You see him
from the watch history?
I did see them from the watch history when I went to look something else.
Yeah, because we're both using my YouTube account for that. That's funny. I'm not used to have people on my watch history. It's like, oh, that was Zach. Okay. Yeah, that's let's see, the one that was good because one of them actually had really crappy audio. So we want to watch that. It'd be the other one. Let me see.
Yeah, we don't have to do those first right now, but you can go ahead and find them. Let's see. I had a word for today that actually the reason why I'm doing this is because Will, that was on the show the other night, I happened to open Facebook right before this, and he had posted this, so the word is extrapolation, and
cool.
It actually kind of ties into what you're talking about. It reads the definition as the action of estimating or concluding something by assuming that existing trends will continue or a current method will remain applicable, or in mathematics, it's the extension of a graph, curve, or range of values by inferring unknown values from trends in the known data. So basically, extrapolation is something that we all do as we have normalized patterns and things like that we see inside of our life, and we then kind of project our future out based off of the extrapolation of the data that we've already experienced. So the function of patterns in our life really get done through the process of extrapolation. We think the same thing is going to happen that happened before. And this is really where we get into a lot of, I mean, like technically in a certain way, like memory is a reverse extrapolation in a certain sense. Like everywhere outside of present moment, you're technically extrapolating data based off of some kind of values that you're inferring. So nevertheless, extrapolation is a word that I use an awful lot because it's really just like insinuating that if the same trend continued on, this is where we would get to. So we can extrapolate data from any set of data by just assuming that how that data came together continues going the same way. So extrapolate. I really like this word. I think it sounds cool too. Just the word extrapolate.
It is a good word. I do like that word. It's sometimes you extrapolate Barney. That's how those connect.
Yeah, the Blarney thing is really interesting because it's a lot of it, you know, you directly tied it to the eloquence thing, but it's interesting because like it has to do with the queen of the banshees. Banshees just like wail. They're not eloquent at all. Like they don't use words. They just shriek. So that's kind of weird in the first place. But then also it's interesting that now they really just take it as like a concept of good luck, and it's not so much specified to the eloquence per se in more modern day.
So what do you mean the eloquence? Like, what am I missing here? Eloquence to me is like you're being very eloquent in your speech. Like, what are there meanings of that word? I don't know.
I mean, that's the primary meaning of that word is that you have all the right words at all the right times. You know, or even you could go even a step farther and say like you have to actually have an expanded vocabulary in order to be eloquent, but the direct definition of it is fluent or persuasive speaking or writing. So we talk about like the fluent one, but also eloquent also means to be persuasive, which isn't really the same thing as the fluent side. So yeah, able to use words good is pretty much what eloquence means.
You mean well, the irony, did you do that on purpose? It's able to use words well is eloquent. Able to use words good is improper grammar.
Fair enough. I don't know if that makes me like, am I grammatically bad now so I'm not eloquent? I'm not sure whether those are the same thing.
In that one sentence, it was a great, incredibly ironic and funny, yeah. When you were in the context of what you're talking about, that's funny, man. Yeah, there's certain words and shit. That's why, like, I try. So my understanding, first of all, of chakra, it's not it's chakra for sure. Like, there's no sha, I guess, in the original language, chakra. So I've heard that on one interview one time.
And if we want to be really specific with it too, that R doesn't sound like that either. It's not.
Ooh,
it's not
tell me
chakra
the proper way.
Because
what is it?
I need to try and switch back. I'm gonna just switch back over to my normal Wi-Fi and hope it's good, because the camera thing is like driving me nuts. What the hell am I doing? Adapter settings.
And you didn't have any
shouldn't
settings
drop the stream, but we'll see.
Wait.
Hopefully it does not drop the stream.
I was switching over to Wi-Fi, or the other Wi-Fi.
I'm switching off of Wi-Fi into a plugged-in connection. There's people over here that are using the internet connection, like many of them, and it ain't doing so hot for the internet connection today, but we'll see.
When are the fights gonna start? Yeah. All right, I need the internet between 8 and 12 p.m. every night. I'm paying extra for rent. This needs to happen.
Yeah, I mean the people that are Jen, don't worry about it. Sorry, Jen was gonna go play Athena for me.
What was the other name for Athena? The asteroid, right?
And we should be. Give it just a second. All right, we should be reconnected now with me. Now we're on a wired connection. No, she was gonna go talk to the people that are using the internet connection because they are actually some of our employees, and so it's not like we're gonna fight over the internet connection or something. I just go over there and tell them use your 4G connection while you're here. I'm using the Wi-Fi. Stop. Or if it really matters, but it shouldn't matter. Like we'll be fine. Yeah, and Jen was just gonna go like take care of it. She was being very.
Well, you said Athena though. Yeah, you said Athena.
Yeah, well, she was gonna go over there and basically. Yeah, that's why I said it. It's because of the palace connection.
Yeah. Right on.
But yeah, she was gonna go over there and take care of it. So.
That work of magic.
Completely forgot what I was talking about.
Let's see what we're talking about. Words, and then grammar, and then speaking words well. Oh, it reminded me of
that was like way back. I think we went like 8 topics after that.
I don't think so. I think that's where we left on like that last sentence thing we're making a joke about, and then I think your thing was getting glitchy or something. But I don't know. Anyway, like what reminds me of though. I don't know who said
chakra.
Yeah, there we go. Do it.
Yeah, it was the chakra thing. Okay, so like the way that that's okay. So the Indian mouth, people from India, their mouth is actually different shape than the standard Western mouth, and so they have like behind their teeth, basically the roof of the mouth will protrude, but then behind that it will raise up very high, and a lot of their R's are actually said by flicking off of that part of the mouth that's jutting out behind the teeth. So chakra is actually supposed to be said chakra. It's not said like that. It's because you pop the tongue off the back of this cleft or whatever it's called. So yeah. Anyways, so if we're getting real particular about the things, but
yeah, so say it again though. Chakra. Chakra, like 3 syllables. Chakra.
More like, okay, so it's not actually an extra syllable. It's not said like an English word. English words are all said with your mouth moving up and down. That R's said with your tongue punching forward.
Chakra. I can't even do it. If I think about my tongue, it fucks it all up. I try to mimic the sound.
It is actually possible. I mean, I would have to look at your mouth, but it's actually possible that your mouth is not shaped properly to say it.
Yeah. So I have to mimic it as close as I can in some other way. So we find the like.
Yeah, in a certain way, you can do like. You can do like chak-ra, kind of does it. It's like almost the same sound, chakra, right? I like can't say the R without like pushing my thing off of it if I'm even thinking about it. But I do have a mouth shape like that, which is really weird because I have like 0% genetics from that place. Kind of like rolled R's, but kind of more like the like Chilean rolled R's, or maybe even the way that like Chilean and Peruvian cultures do things that have a double R, and they kind of say it like this, like a weird D sound, where like for instance like mountain in Spanish, or in Spanish is this Cerro, but in Chile and in Peru they say cerro. It's kind of done instead of stero or cerro, where they're rolling the cerro, right? They say cerro. It sounds a lot more like ceddo is the way that you would think about saying it.
Cerro. Yeah, I can see that versus cerro.
Yeah.
Cerro.
It's really weird though. Like one of the major mountains in Patagonia is called Cerro Torre. And it's weird because if you like read it, you would think, I type it in chat right now, it looks like it says Cerro Torre for sure. But like when they say it's Cerro Torre, and you like, it does not sound like the same word at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool. Interesting. Frank said. Sorry, go ahead.
The chakra thing. This is actually comes from tons and tons of years of meditation, like genetically, meditation of pushing the tongue into the roof of the mouth, and it progressively sculpts it more and more and more and more, pushing it up.
Totally. Yeah, it totally makes sense. I mean, there's that connection too, and that's why you stick the tongue to the roof of your mouth when you're cycling your energy, because it completes that circuit. Because there was, when you're a baby, there's a hole back up in there. It's an actual connection to the neurological system. So obviously they have some additional additives around there, which is fucking cool, man. Right on.
Yeah. So that's some of their R's are that way. Some of them are not that way though, it's weird. Like you can't just like read transliteralize Sanskrit and then know exactly how to say it. It's better to ask somebody who speaks it. And even then, like between there are different dialects around India say words differently too, at least in modern day. So
Yeah, yeah, most of them do it. Well, if I was ever to learn a language, it'd definitely be full immersion therapy. I mean, I could start to learn it before, but really, just go live there, and stay with the
It's the
family
best way to do
doesn't
it.
speak it. Yeah, your brain
Yeah.
adapts pretty fast, man. We don't give it options. It needs to
Yeah.
your ego's desperate to understand. It will figure it out. Really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. You give yourself no other choice but to speak the language, and then there's no copping out ever.
Yep, you figure it out. So, yeah, Frank said, yeah, go do your job. That's funny. Hey, Jacob. What's up, man? Thanks for
Yo,
flute playing the
Jacob.
other night. We were talking in the comments, and you wrote that awesome post. You said you rewatched it and seeing different things about it, and yeah, it's cool. I'm glad you got so excited about it. I knew you would. That's why I set you up the way I did, and then just bailed. That way you'd have to talk, man. You did great. It was beautiful. And yeah, we're excited to see
That's
more.
why I set you up and then I bailed. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
You're like when you think about like the double entendre of the idea of someone getting set up, right?
Uh-huh.
Like you prepared him in the space and everything, but you also left him in a position where he was going to be like uncomfortable and have to engage that. So it was like a double
Yep.
setup.
100%. And look how excited Jacob was. What you said, it felt great. And you feel like when you get the kinks out, all that other shit, man. Totally, it just takes time. And it's like we did with Paul and Call. That's why we called the Paul and Call show. Me and Zach just literally took ourselves out of the broadcast for nearly an hour. Just let them do their thing because they're talking about doing their own shows. So you got to give people an opportunity to grow, and that they did great. And if they didn't, that was okay. But it's like finding that balance point of putting people in a position where they're not going to fall too hard that they give up, depending on the dynamic. And ideally, put them in a situation really where they do really really well, even though they wouldn't have agreed to it beforehand. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like when you draft a star player in the first round of the NBA draft, you don't just bring him on for every play from then on. You bring him on at first in places where he's going to be able to do good. He's going to be able to really like get his feet and get something going.
Mm-hmm.
Like bring him on against the reigning champs with the defensive player of the year guarding him, because that's just going to start the career off wrong.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that's not going to help out. Yep.
So Joe's standing over here and he's waving at me from the other side of my monitor. So
Hi, Joe. Wait, the Joe that's in the chat, Joe?
yeah, Joseph Dietz. Yep.
Right on.
Joe Dizzle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing well tonight. Just doing the work thing and got you guys playing in the background. Machine and shit.
Cool.
Listening to machines say shit. Perfect.
Yeah, I wonder how all this, Jacob, I wonder how all the stuff that we've been talking about, I mean, since like when we started talking again, like July through the present though, like how you relate it to your job. Do you have like metaphors and things that I mean, I imagine you totally do. I don't feel like I've heard you talk about it much. I'd be curious to hear.
I feel like he has to have created metaphors in some way. I don't know, maybe for
Yeah,
his job. When I
somebody.
talked to him about his job, it felt like he had his job like so dialed that he doesn't like even like need to add new information there. It's just like straight dialed and
Yeah.
autonomized or something is the way that he made it sound. So it's like you don't need metaphors anymore at that point. You basically like it sounded like he doesn't even have to think about it to crush it at a high level, you know?
Oh, I know the feel, man. I've been doing this 12 years. I get it. So I'm doing shit
Yeah.
like all over the place whenever I do it because I get it done. It's at this point you can do it in your sleep. That's what I did for the last 4 years when I was totally taking 20 hours of material a day. I was also working the same job I'm working now, doing the same stuff. So the nice thing about that is you can give 10% of your energy to your job or whatever, and really have extra, time. If you're stuck in a job where you're stuck in a 9 to 5, you're kind of stuck, but there's creative ways, I imagine, to, find ways to learn or to be able to do things beyond
The
just your
connection's
job.
cutting out a little bit, Aaron.
Oh, mine is?
Again, it's spiking in and out. Yeah.
Okay.
Cutting out the audio.
I don't know.
But I did catch what you're
Nothing's
saying though. That when you get super good at something, you can start bringing down the amount of overall focus that you need to put into it. And when you start getting that load, then you can knock it out, do a really high quality job, and do something else at the same time, which is definitely good. I think people try to multitask too early, oftentimes in their ability at something. You know, what they like once
Yeah,
they
yeah.
get capable, then they start trying to multitask it. When it's really more like you need to be a master of it before you multitask off
Yeah,
of it.
totally. Yeah.
I've been using this with people a lot lately. Just telling like, just use this mantra slower. Just do it slower. Like there's not a rush, just slower. Just always think that all day. Slower.
I like your plan. You have it very well laid out, just slower.
Exactly. Whatever you're doing is
Yeah.
perfect, but slower.
Mhm. Yep. I mean,
There's
yeah,
not a
good
huge
advice to everybody
rush.
all
You
the
know,
time.
getting from my own personal perspective, I've reached the finish line for what I perceived I was going after, like on many, many occasions. And quite honestly, it ain't that great. Like it's great for
Right.
a moment, and then you're like, well, what the fuck am I doing now? Right? Like that's
Right.
it's like 2 seconds later that's the thought that you're having. You're like, all right, so what's the next thing? Like, or
Right.
at least me. I don't know. Until
Well,
I got to a point where like I just didn't really care whether I accomplished the things anymore. I just something's fun, and
yeah.
I'm like, all right, I'll try that out. You know,
Mm.
I used to not approach life like that at all. If I wasn't gonna give 100% to it and become like all-star level, gonna go to the Hall of Fame, I didn't want to touch it. I wasn't interested.
That's so funny. I don't understand people like that. I think I'm trying to think. I know. I feel like I hear that a lot, but yeah, I do not resonate with that. That's interesting. Personally, I mean, I get the concept. I just don't. I don't
Yeah,
like.
I think it's yeah. That last sentence cut out. I'm not sure what you said.
Oh, bummer. All right. Why don't I go? Why don't I cut off of this? I'll go to my van and then I'll come back in.
You're gonna go to
Okay.
your van. Gotcha. All right. Aaron's gonna move to another place in space that has better internet connectivity. While we're doing that, and he's doing that, this is not something that we've done before on the channel, but I watch these videos from a specific individual. His name is Alexander Wow, or Waugh. I don't really know how to say his last name, but the things that he does is he very much so, the videos that I like, is that he takes old Elizabethan era poetry and he basically deciphers it to show how various different people knew who William Shakespeare really was. And now, so it's, if you're interested in the whole idea of like who was Shakespeare and these kinds of things, it can be interesting on that level. Where it's really interesting on the other level that I think has application to everybody is really just to get an appreciation for like what people used to do with words and how crafty they used to be with them and what kind of like they made these serious multi-dimensional ciphers and puzzles inside of these things, and it's just so amazing to me how much effort they used to put into that. This used to be a high art that they taught, was basically this art of ciphering through words, and like now it's not really like a thing that we do in schools and stuff. It used to be like a top level university kind of thing that you would go after. So maybe I'll play that before Aaron gets set up. I'm not sure. Jacob has to say. I'll say this. I've gotten a level of automaticity in my work that I've noticed a psychic phenomena of entering data into the machine and changing parameters without pushing buttons. It's pretty trippy and kind of scares me a little when it happens. That's very interesting that you bring that up. I've actually been talking a lot recently about the ability to interface with a logical computer or machine with your mind, and how like this is like one of the things that's really touted behind the idea of Neuralink from Elon Musk. But I don't really actually think that we need that. Like, I think energy is very subtle, and mostly these machines are working off of on-offs that are coming at a very quick rate. And technically, to change its function entirely, you really only have to generate an off state where it would expect an on state for a few impulses in a row, and it could be something completely different, especially when you get to the level of like serious computing and a serious modern computing, object-oriented computing. So it's pretty cool. We cipher when we smoke blunts together. It's interesting too, because the idea of cipher and smoking blunts together, they do it inside of circles. In the rap scene, they cipher and they play with words, where with those words, they basically generate ciphers, which is the CIPHER version of it. So they're like, the idea of standing around and a bunch of people freestyling and ciphering is really interesting, since they're using all these double entendres and word plays in what they're doing. So it's such a I don't know, do you happen to know why did the word cipher start getting used for a group of people that were rapping together or freestyling? Do you know why they called that a cipher? Was it carryover from the smoking blunts together, or was it what's the carryover? I've started to record the happenings of the psychic phenomena of entering data into the machine and changing parameters without pushing buttons, and it's about once a month. That's it. Now, are you trying to do this, or it's just like sometimes it happens? Which one? What are we looking at with that? Is it purposeful? That's what I'd be really interested in. I've definitely had a lot of interactions.
Hold on. If it's happening consistently, then there's simply correlations he's not connecting. Clearly, there's something that's regular and repeatable and trackable and discernible. So, and I'm sure he may have, or he's doing that now, like he may pitch in. But I'm just saying, so like even though he's not trying to engage, if he's saying it's happening once a month, that's regular. That's enough for the conscious mind to go, okay, that I'm going to track this, and then also track what was I doing at the time? What was I feeling? What was I thinking about? What, like, what mode was I in? What, all that dissection. So if you want to come on the show and talk about it, Jacob, that's cool too. I'll have my video set in a minute.
I feel like it's maybe when you get, maybe you've already noticed this and that's what you mean by what you said earlier, but when you really kind of get into the flow of the work and you're functionally operated as an automation thing.
You asking me?
Oh, no, I was really just stating towards, like, well, I mean, I guess basically everybody. Really, I'm talking to the podcast. So, yeah, it looks like he's saying, at least one layer he has looked at that and said that, when he's gotten to the level of automated operation in his work, that he's noticed this psychic phenomena. And that seems like there's a correlation. Yeah, like he says right here, no, I'm not trying. It just happens when I get in the zone and I'm super focused. Yeah, my favorite topic, focus and its ability to do every fucking thing. This is my whole platform, boys. Like, focus is everything. Everything else is a story about focus. Like, and that feeling is prayer thing, like you were talking about what the monk says with it, he agrees with me. He's like, yeah, all these tools, they don't actually mean anything. I'm focusing myself into a feeling, and then that's what happens. And it's like, I'm so with that, man. Like, it's so much just about focus.
Well, that's also the beauty of the balance, though, right? The play involved. I mean, like, obviously he knew and he was able to articulate it, or maybe he had an epiphany and never rang a chime again. But I think when you get to a certain level, or I don't know, a certain expression of like that side of it, you go to both sides of the spectrum. The masters always seem to have balance. Like, they understand they don't need things, but they still use things here because they enjoy them. They know others benefit as stepping stones, but they also like seem to be really like they don't. There doesn't seem to be an animosity towards it, and I know I've struggled with that. I've noticed a differentiation or difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself a master by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm definitely at the place where I'm like, yeah, the tools don't actually matter. I mean, you don't have to have them, but like, well, you'll certainly see when you're actually here. Or I could give like a quick glimpse, I guess. I got shippable protections behind me. There's like all kinds of random like crystal skulls, crystals, elephants. There's like a jade man over here. Got some African fertility statues that you can see off over in the back here, like a Hebrew prayer book. You know what I mean? Like, I got all kinds of random weird stuff on the mantle over there's a Shiva Nataraj. Like, I got stuff from all over the place like that. I used to be using feathers and crystals and all kinds of stuff, literally just because like it's neat, it's around, I already have it, and sometimes I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna use that thing just to fucking use it. Like, why not?
Yeah, no doubt. Like, why not use a screwdriver and sometimes use the hand one, or sometimes use the drill, or sometimes fucking use this is a new tool that came out. I could do it myself, but this looks fun. Why not do it this way? That's cool. Yeah.
Hmm.
Me too. I think
Is your connections good there? I'm trying to figure out if maybe it's my connection somewhere that is the problem with this.
that. Yeah, I've got strong signal. I run a speed test. I bet yours isn't cutting out as far as I can tell, so that makes me think it's me.
Yeah, I mean, I think mine's okay,
I
but
wonder. Let me turn my Let me go down to 360p, and it really doesn't matter for this. Maybe that'll help. And if not, I'll
no, it
log
really
out.
definitely doesn't.
Doesn't help.
Yeah.
All right, I'll leave
No,
and
no,
log
no, no,
back
no.
in.
I'm saying that
What?
I mean, you clearly have like a large delay from like the interaction of our talking, but you definitely don't need like the full quality camera right now. If
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Do 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 do. Focus your powers, my X-Men. Yeah, 100%, Frank.
All right.
Focus, focus, focus.
It's funny. That's what he says. Focus your powers. It's focus your powers to my brain, my giant bald brain. Frank Castle X brain. Except for Paula. Paula looked like Professor X. We played this out when we were smoking blunts. That's a DMT blunt. We talked about it right on the show. There's like little facets there. Like I forgot to mention that was one of them. Since we brought up Professor X, there was a moment there. I'm like, Frank, look at her. I spun her chair because she had a quilt over her lap, and she's in her big high
Did
back
you
computer chair. What?
did you drop from StreamYard and reconnect?
Yes.
Why are you laggy? I
Shit, man,
can't
because it's
figure it
ruining the
out.
story. I'm sure. Um.
Yeah, well, it's like it's chopping parts out of it, and it's not like because you're connected to StreamYard and then that's being streamed. You know what I mean? Like it's not handling it on the phone the way that you would ideally want it to, where it just like buffers it.
Yeah. Let me log in through my phone. So I'm running the hotspots on my tablet. Let me log in just through my phone and try that.
Okay, yeah, maybe that'll be better. I don't know. I don't
Sure
know.
would, but I like having access to my phone.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll get it figured out. Like as I'm doing one thing and thinking about the next step, then I turn my gaze towards the step I need to do next, and it's already done, and I haven't touched anything. That's pretty damn crazy, right there. That's for sure. That's very interesting. And these are like with like automated machines. Like when you say the next step that you need to do, how much like physical interaction from you does it require to do that next step? Or from a, let's say, from a human, from a person? How much does the machine just basically do the next step once you tell it to do it? Or I'm not sure how this process actually goes. I've definitely had a lot of weirds. I've used computers like crazy um, for my whole life, right? Like I was like formatting discs for my mom for money to buy stuff from Circle K when I was like 3 years old. And I've used computers ever since. And I've had tons of weird interactions with computers, especially with the internet. Like the internet and thoughts and just easily being able to find certain things. There's a lot of weird situations with that. It seems like Frank's microdose is turning into more like always a macro dose, or at least not so micro after all. And then Frank said back here that he was not sure about the cipher thing. Yeah, I wonder what the connection is. That we need to get like KRS-One or some type of hip hop professor on here so that they can tell us exactly how it is. Mm-mm-mm. Sorry, trying to get stuff situated with get as much stuff off the internet connection as possible because I see myself like jerking up in StreamYard and stuff. So hopefully we will be okay now. All right. Okay, yep. Sorry about the internet connection problems tonight. The one downside about the place I live is that I cannot get a faster internet connection than the one that's here right now, and that is problematic, honestly, in a certain way for streaming. I would like to have the bitrate of this stream quite a bit higher than it is, but that's life. You know, you do with what you got. So here we are. All right, and Aaron is back now.
Yeah, I just reconnected my hotspot. It gets kind of buggy, I think. I got 45 down and 8 up, which is plenty, so it should be fine. I think, unless I'm
well, like I said, it could be me as well. Like I don't know because we're routing through StreamYard.
Right, but am I buggy now?
I don't know yet. You haven't. Nothing's bugged yet. But
all right, that's fine. Let me know. All right, what were we talking about? Like the first thing that comes to my mind is correlations. Jacob. All right, we'll see if it gets buggy when I say this.
Yeah, I had said a bunch of things, but he said this thing. No, not that one. This one back here. Like as I'm doing one thing and thinking about the next step, then I turn my gaze towards the step I need to do next, and it's already done, and I haven't touched anything. And he also said that he's not trying to do it. It just happens when he gets in the zone and is super focused. And he said, sometime soon I'll get on and talk about those experiences, but for now I got to get back to work. When I get a break, I might jump back in the chat. So
nice. Yeah. I've actually sat with him at work. I've literally sat with him at his bench and seen what he does. Like, I mean, you know, probably there's more than just what I saw in one day, but like he's some cool shit, man. Doing the fine, like super micro or not like super precision machinery, like carving out massive blocks of aluminum and stuff for, you know, orders from all around the world. Need real precision shit for whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah, machining stuff is super cool. There's like, have you ever watched any of those like really satisfying videos where stuff like fits perfectly together, all the perfect things happen? I love seeing those with like complex machined parts where like this crazy thing fits together and then it literally just looks like a seamless block of metal, even though there's just also all these parts come together. That shit is crazy.
Yeah. That is, no, I love that.
It's crazy that we can even get that kind of precision.
Right. Well, like, and there was like, I was just my mom or stepdad was telling me about one where it was they had this ship. It was an engine for a ship, like the biggest diesel engine in the world. That was like a 24 or 360. No, I don't know what it was. Whatever, gigantic, right? Like size of a ship itself. It's the engine block, and it had to come in. They had to make it in 2 pieces, but it had to be like whatever to the, you know, thousandth or whatever the, you know, super insanely small measurements. But when they put it together, they had a gap, like a 2-inch gap or some shit. And because this was like the builder in, I don't know, China, but the overseeing construction management property, whoever's in charge of this shit doesn't understand that part of engineering or the language, and like they almost like had to lose shit, billions of dollars or something, or hundreds of millions of dollars on this engine in like 12 months of work of redoing it. And they could, but they told them that when it expands, like when it heats up and expands, it fills it all the way down to that fucking micron, and it did.
Damn. To a micron?
Yeah, some crazy shit, man. I don't know. I'm fucking up the numbers. I don't know them that small off the top of my head, but really small, man. Insanely small.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Super duper small. Gotcha.
Yeah. Don't quote me on that shit. I
don't know. Don't make me be precise, especially not as precise as what he's making.
1 hour and 21 minutes? Yeah.
I can't believe this has already been running for an hour. We've talked for an hour on here already. Like, what the hell?
Look, like, what the nice thing about that? The nice thing about that is that one, not really, because it's like runs for half an hour before that, right? So it's only that minus half an hour because of the pre-stream.
Yeah, that's why I said.
And then, Oh, right. Oh, I thought you said. Well, yeah, but that's 30 to 45 minutes. 30 minutes, I guess. But it's nice though, because it does feel like, wow, the show's already this far along. Nice, without
Yeah.
thinking about why. So, David,
Yeah.
I just fucking dawned on me. I saw him today in the chat, David, who's been in the chat a few times. Because I don't know by David Bergstrom. No, but there's his face. Now that's pulled up, I can see it. Dude, he works at one of the accounts one of our accounts where we go and service their boiler, and he works there, and so we've gotten to know each other over the years, and we've always gotten along. But how much you want to say, David? We hang out, man. We hang out and had good times, and I smoke a lot of weed, and we've hung out. So that's all I'm saying. He's a good guy.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, that's cool.
But
nice to see you, David.
yeah,
Good to have you in here. I'm like constantly trying to figure out what's like. I hate seeing any bug in a technological production. Like if I see like a frame drop, I'm like, oh, I must figure it out. Must get it on. It takes my whole focus.
That's how I feel, but I know my skill level at figuring it out. Like I know the basic shit. If it's not working, then it has to take more energy, right?
Mhm.
But you know deeper level shit, like what could be doing it or whatever. And you know there's like other shit you got to figure out. Has it done it yet since I've been back on?
There was a tiny little second, but like I said, I'm not entirely sure it's actually just you.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here trying to also figure out in my head, like, how does StreamYard actually work? Like, who's hosting it right now?
Yeah, right.
Like, I don't,
which servers and which
DNS? All of us you can control it, I can control it, and my computer can control it, and they're on 3 different connections. So apparently none of them are hosting it, so it's hosted on StreamYard, so we're all connecting to StreamYard, but what's uploading to there?
Yeah. Interesting.
I don't know what's uploading. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, how are we uploading our own thing to StreamYard, and then StreamYard's packaging it and pushing it to YouTube? Because it doesn't seem
that makes sense.
Because if I put my computer, which brought it up, on a better internet connection, the video quality increases because the bit rate's higher. But if we're all pushing to StreamYard and then StreamYard's pushing to YouTube, then StreamYard's internet connection should be determining the bit rate, not local computers, unless those local computers can't upload fast enough. But my computer is not recording anything. My phone is recording something, but if I put my computer on a bigger data connection, then the stream is better. When I have no idea, I can't figure out how it's working. It doesn't make any sense. I need to talk to StreamYard and be like, "How do you work?"
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I was with you until a point. I'm like, and I was like, well, but then what? Then what? And you're like, yeah, I don't know. And I'm like, gosh, what's it? All right. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it just cut out right now. I can't understand why it would cut out right now. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, dude, it's been completely fine.
Love what's on the screen though. Focus on that for a minute. Love those 3D nebula shit, man.
I don't know. I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, it'd be a bummer to have to like call a show early for like technical difficulties. Bummer.
Well, but if I could figure out how StreamYard was, we could seemingly get around it. Because like, if I drop all of my clients out, which I'm going to do in just a second, then you'd be the only possible host at that point in time if there is a third-party host, right?
Right.
Then it would be on your mobile hotspot, but like I'm going to drop and I'm going to see whether or not your shit gets better. So I'm going to have to reconnect on both systems.
All right. Oh, am I supposed to talk while I'm streaming XDP? Oh, nice. He's gonna reconnect. So okay. Well, why don't we bump it up, because it shouldn't have a problem. And if it's choppy while I'm talking, then we know it might maybe. Well, this still doesn't necessarily mean it's something from my end. Okay. And are my lips delayed at all? Might just be the Bluetooth on my end. You've seen that before. So bugs are a part of nature. That's true. Even metaphorical bugs, I guess, too. I mean, like, part of the nature in our mind. Something like that, right, Zach? Okay, I don't know if I was cutting out unless you saw something the audience did. So, because I don't know if that helped determine if it was on my end, but then it still could be on StreamYard's end, right? I guess.
Yeah, well, the whole point of what I did is that like now everything that was in here before you has been moved out with you in here. Which, if the way it's working, it would have to, if somebody like a local client is hosting, it would need to shift that through priority. Since everybody has the same permissions back here, that would be on order of joining. So since I dropped everything else out, if there is a local host, that local host should be you now.
Yeah. Oh, so okay, so they would just stay with me for the rest of the show, or
if that's how it works.
If that's how it works,
I don't really
it's hosted on StreamYard servers totally remotely, which just adds another step in the process, which you think would lag it down, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, we isolated a little bit. At least we found some more data out. That's good.
It seems to be working fine right now, so I'll just wait until it has a problem again before my logical mind goes, must figure it out.
Yeah, no doubt, man. So what happens when we got two guys doing a show too. That's funny because Frank and Paula are bicker, right? Because they're different energies, different focus. Like he'll get focused on something like that. So what are you doing? What's your problem? Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
We're talking about something.
That's great. Oh man. So let's see. You linked me this Tom Campbell video.
Yeah, there we go. Do that. We'll give our video stream rates a break.
Yeah, we'll try. I don't know. I mean, everything seems perfect now. Like when I'm watching on like frame rate of the screen share and everything seems exactly the same everywhere that I'm watching it. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so far so good.
Don't do drugs. This trippy visuals thing here that's on, okay? Like a lot of the visuals are cool, but like please, like after this broadcast, make sure to wipe all subliminal messaging from your brain because this says all kinds of stuff inside of it. It's all weird. Like I don't really know what's going on with all that.
Don't do anything that you prescribe. No, I can't even. Yeah, we just got to get rid of that shit. I can't try and spin it. Just get it out of here. Which sucks, man. I want that fucking that was on that Nebula video. Those are assholes if that is.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I have to download it, remote download it from a third-party app at the highest quality I can, and cut and edit. Just clip the ends or clip that shit. Because I love the other video, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that one not so much. I'm not gonna do that one. So yeah, seems good. Now, do you guys want to see this Tom Campbell video? Because I could totally just watch it some other time. I asked earlier whether people wanted to see it.
So,
and
yeah, 1.5, 1.5,
no
1.5.
1.5.
Okay, so if you don't want to see it, this is a concession. If you do want to see it, and this might be a struggle, but it's a time to maybe speed up, match your internal feeling state, processing state with the words that you're here coming in. Maybe think about that way. That's really helped me. So let's do it.
Saw a lot of Freemason symbols in that visual. It's hard to get away from Freemason symbols. To be honest, they basically took all of the symbols in the world and used them in one of their wings.
Yeah, so. Yeah, that's like part of it. I think a big part of what we can do also, like in our power, if you will, is redeem symbols and sigils, and like really, not I cleanse them. Like they can be reused in a sense, or at least not have the same effect that. They don't have to affect us that way. We're not at the mercy of whatever comes before our eyes. I mean, we should have our own levels of layers of discernment way before something comes on screen, let alone once it does. Yeah. There's no reason to go into like fear or like think everything's bad. That's where then they go through all our shit, Zach, somebody if they want to. These days I think are behind us, but even if they wanted to, find all that kind of shit, right? They take a clip of that little video, they show the comment we put on screen, they like do all these sound bite shits from tons of different videos to show how we're Masonic and how we're all this shit, man. You can find whatever you want to see, man. Just don't see it that way. That's obviously not the message coming through from us or for yourself. Doesn't matter.
Call it what you want to call it. We were calling ourselves Space Horus Prime, Space Vishnu Prime, and Space Jesus Prime on the thing the other night. So like, yeah,
we were.
Call it what you want to call it, I guess. So. Anyways, all right, we'll check out this video by Mr. Thomas Campbell, who we talked to watched the other night. Hopefully we'll get to talk to him someday. That'd be sick.
Cool. Yeah,
But hopefully we can get it to talk a little faster than he normally does when he talks. Yeah. Anyways, so we're gonna watch this video real quick. I hope you guys like it.
well done.
From the heart. Practical application of OBE. Question. Lucid dreaming, I have some experience with it, although many years ago. It's extremely vivid and real. As I understand now, OBE is even more so, yet continuous in the sequence of what's happening.
Yes.
And free will still. How do I get there? I mean, how does one get there? Because we're worlds apart, me and people that can do this, because the only limitations is the beliefs and
fears.
And fears.
Yeah.
And it seems that, you know, it's my intellect is my chains, and the intellect not being smart, but the whatever it comes with it. What are the practical steps from step by step for a beginner? How do I get out of the body? Like, what do I do?
Okay.
Sorry for this question. It sounds like
no. The steps are mostly just what we've been doing. What we've been doing are the steps that will lead you to getting out of the body on demand whenever you want to, quickly and easily, as opposed to learning how to climb up a rope, which will be sporadic and every once in a while, because you're not working at it in a straightforward way. And it depends on your attitude and your intellect at any particular time. So it's very changeable from time to time. So the way you get there to make it easy and whenever you want to is exactly what we've been doing. There's a few basic steps you have to learn first. One is to let go of the physical reality, a good meditation state, so that you're not processing the physical. That's the first thing. That makes it easier. Now, you can process both, but if you start out trying to process both, you'll probably just not do as well. That's not the easy way to get there. So we start with letting it go. Okay. The second thing is get out of your head, work from the being level, be able to stay in that being level whenever you want, as long as you want. Make that a stable state that you're aware of, that you can access. Not jump in and out of it, every time something flies by or something happens, you jump into your intellect, but a stable state where you can get into the being level and stay there as long as you like. Okay. The next thing that you need to do is you need to get rid of your fear. You need to work on those fears. The way you work on your fear is you start by finding them. Fear is hard to find. We have all sorts of fears. If we feel inadequate, we don't know that we feel inadequate. All we know is that we've got these feelings that when somebody triggers us by criticizing us or telling us that we're not good enough at something or doing like that, it hits our button and we get angry and we maybe lash back, or we go sulk, or go cry somewhere. We have this big reaction to it, because really what the problem is not that rude individual. The problem is the fear that you have. So you get rid of the fears. You do that by looking at the ego. Fear is hard to find because you deny it. You push it down under the rug where you can't see it. That's what the ego does. But that leaves the ego out right where you're going to look at it. So how do you know that's ego? If you have a feeling, if you have a response, a reaction that isn't full of love and joy and peace and caring and smiles, then that's your ego. Anytime you get angry, you get upset, you get annoyed, you get irritated, you're anxious, you're stressed, all of that is your fear. If you didn't have the fear, you wouldn't be any of those negative things. Your life would be nothing but joy and peace and contentment. So it's the fear that gives us the negative things. So here you are and you have something happens to you and you get angry. Oh, that's one of those negative things. Trace it back to the fear. Why am I angry? And the first thing you'll have a tendency to do is say, well, I'm angry because he said and so and so and so and so. It's his fault that I'm angry. Well, you have to own it and be responsible for who you are. So it's not anybody's fault. You choose to be angry. You have other choices. You don't have to be angry. You choose that. You choose it mostly because of fear. So the ego's easy to spot. It's negative, creates negative experiences, negative feelings. Every negative feeling is attached to a fear. You wouldn't have it if you didn't have the fear. Find the real reason you get angry. You get angry because you're insecure, because you feel inadequate, and that person made that feeling of inadequacy kind of swell up, and you really dislike that and want to get rid of it. So the anger was like a cover for it. Instead of dealing with it, you get angry and blame it on somebody else. Okay, so that's the other thing. Work on those fears. It may take you a decade to get rid of your fears, but work on them. Work on them until you live in a happy, peaceful place. So now we have all the ingredients that we need to go out of body. Okay, you can let go. You can stay in the being level at a stable, stable place. You know the difference. You have your intellect under control. Stay in the being level, and you've gotten rid of not necessarily every fear, but you can offload a lot of your fear, because you'll work on that fear a long time. So in 6 months or a year, you might offload enough of it. You probably spend all your life offloading all of it. So then, at that point, when you understand that this is a virtual reality with data streams, you have no trouble from a being level having an intent from the being level that you can just connect to the larger consciousness system, and going out of body takes you less than a second. Just with an intent. There's no transition. There's nothing going on other than your intent says, I want to go back there. There you are. Because you need to be able to drop the reality, being level, intent, and it's done. It's just that easy. then is when you usually start to learn how to parallel process. Well, that's nice, but I got to leave here to go there. And when I'm there, I'm not here. And when I'm here, I'm not there. That's not too convenient. So let's be here and there all together. So then you start working in your reality, instead of being two bifurcated things, becomes one whole thing. And then you live here and there all at once. And then you live in this bigger reality. And then it's even easier yet. It's not a matter of attaching to another data stream. You're connected to 3 or 4 data streams all the time. So that's kind of the steps. And basically, we've started that. Remember on the first day, I said, I'm not trying to teach you to be wizards and wizardesses, wizardinis, witches. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good at all. They have long bony noses with warts on them. Okay, so anyway, so that's not the point. The point is to give you the fundamentals that you can work with on your own to develop this the rest of your life, you know, over the next decade or two. And that's what we're doing here. It's just these basic steps and ideas. And you got just enough of a carrot that you got some healing right, and you got some diagnosing right, and you got a few remote views, just enough to say, hey, this stuff works. There's really something to it. And then you'll work on, and you'll find out that eventually you give up on all that stuff because it isn't important anyway. But the process of developing it really develops you and your empathy and your connection to other people. So that's kind of the path. That's where we're going, and that's what we're doing here. But you know, like all other things like this, it's easy to say and harder to do. So it takes time. But this has to be something that's not, you know, a week retreat. This has to be something that's part of your lifestyle, part of your life, that you're going to grow up, you're going to learn, you're going to get rid of your fear, all that stuff. You know, you're going to get control of your awareness such that you can stay in the being level steadily, consistently. You don't hop out, jump around. So that's where you're going. That's the path to get there. But now you just have to take, you know, the next 2 or 3 decades and work on it. So it seems like a long time, but hey, it's just the rest of your life. What else do you have to do? You know, you can do this. You can do this in any environment. You do not have to shave your head and put on a yellow robe and go, you know, sit in lotus position, you know, in a monastery someplace. That's not necessary. Matter of fact, it's, I think, better to stay right where you are and work on it in this environment. Because when you become part of that monastery, all right, it's easier in the short run. You don't have all the distractions, but it's harder in the long run because you don't have all the challenges either. Here you've got challenges. Every day you run into people that are going to challenge your ego everywhere. And the most significant and obvious person that's going to challenge your ego is your significant other. That's what they're there for, right? They're going to do things. It's going to pull that ego out of you because that's where you connect with somebody at the deepest level. And that'll just, you know, pluck your magic clanger, and you'll just, you know, won't know what to do, and your anxiety and upset and you know, all that stuff will just come out in that relationship because that's the deep connection. That's where you're most vulnerable, that deep connection. That's where most of your wants and needs and things are. You see, all of that fear stuff is there. That ego plays in that. So you get involved in that. You shave your head, put on an orange robe, and go sit in the monastery. All that's gone. Supposedly, all that's gone. Well, that doesn't help. You need that challenge in order to grow up. That's the thing that you do. And where the rubber meets the road in growth is relationship. That's the key thing. In a monastery, relationships kind of constrained. So, you know, the optimal spiritual path isn't to become a ascetic and live in a cave and meditate, you know, 20 hours a day. That'll get you a little bit there, but it won't challenge you to the point that you really grow up. You'll have great theory and great practice in a really small space, but that's not where it's optimum, right where you are. Going to work, dealing with your boss, dealing with your coworkers, and trying to live amicably and lovingly with your significant other. That's where that's the challenge for most of us. So you don't have to change anything. You don't have to change your life. You don't have to change your job. You don't have to sell your house and go join a commune. You know, you don't need to do any of those things. Just live your life aware in the moment. Make good choices. Quiet your mind, and all the rest will take care of itself. So that's how you get out of body.
Dude, I can't tell you how much I fucking love and appreciate everything that he said, because he can do the science better than most of them, not just with the rest of them, like better than most of them. He's like, just be a good person, basically. Make good choices. Dude, like that's the thing. Wherever you go, there you are.
Yeah.
I mean, if like, even if this podcast or whatever is like a retreat from your reality, but then you go back to being a shitty person, angry, frustrated, anxious, upset, and like you don't even think about being that way. You're just like, oh, I can't wait to do this thing tonight, or my TV show, or my, like, that's my rest, that's my tribe. It's like, kind of, maybe, but if you're not doing your own work, you won't be part of the tribe very long. It won't. The energies move, man. People grow as a tribe, so you can't come in and just like take a break somewhere. It's all about you. All about you, 100%, man, 100%. And like that's what he said. So how do you OBE? Like, just be a good person, man. Get rid of your fear and realize anytime you get upset, it's your issue, man. Like that's
Yeah.
oh my god, what a freeing way to live. That makes sense. Doing that for a while.
A shameless plug, if anybody wants to do the things that he's talking about, including paranormal processing, out-of-body experiences, astral travel,
Ooh, yeah.
tapping into your intuition, getting rid of your fears, any of this stuff engaged with what he talks about. I train people in this. I've done it my entire life. I got introduced to the techniques and work of Tom Campbell when I was approximately 11 years old, and I've been doing it ever since. So I got about 25 years of experience in that shit. Where he talks about paranormal processing with 3 or 4 data streams, I use about 300 or 400, and I'm not bullshitting you. And you can feel them inside of your mind. You can process in those threads. You can run completely different thoughts inside of there. You can process completely different contemplations. Really, honestly, the human mind by default state is what I would consider quite restricted. And there are a lot of ways that we can train this. There are certain things that we need to do, much like Tom talks about. They're really actually, functionally, they're very simple. There's many ways that they can be approached that are significantly more efficient. And if you're really interested in doing the work to do that, you really actually want to see where your consciousness can get, you're willing to actually commit for a long time to do it, because it does take a long time, reach out. We can work together. I have systems for this. I got videos, I got workbooks, I got the exercise, I got the whole gamut of this. All stuff that I used in my own life to get beneficial effects. None of this is like picked up from somewhere else. It's all stuff I use in my own life. This stuff works very real. And out-of-body experiences really aren't that hard to accomplish, even to the point where if you work on them for like a while, you'll probably like start skipping over, like he's talking about the out-of-body experience and stuff like that. It's just not that interesting to you anymore. Having many experiences at one time rather than one different experience becomes more interesting.
Do you think let's back engineer me a little bit, because I'm still not figuring out enough kinks and details in this. I mean, one hand, I'm going along, I'm not worried about it, I'm not stressing, and I'm also not in a place where I'm hyper focused on it, where I like, just like you're talking about, I could find it, whatever. But the astral projection thing, so it seems to me that I do the hyper thing the way I process for a long time is the way that I operate or embody, or I don't know. It seems in some level skipped some steps somewhere. And I've gone back, and one of the steps, I'm like, what the fuck, man? What's this astral travel thing? Everybody gets to experience it. I don't in the same way. But it's like, oh, but Aaron, you feel it in your body. And it's like, yeah, but nope. That's different. And that's different than what I understand it to be. This whole two-way interaction realm that's totally out of body in a sense. Like, I haven't experienced that, but I've experienced all the other shit. I've talked about like lots of other shit. It's like, where's the gap, and why am I not even ahead or behind? Whatever I am, whatever realm I'm in of experience, seems to have not ever encompassed that one in the same way it has for other people. Put it that way. That's what I'm trying to differentiate, and why.
Sure. Yeah, you want to get the visual result that other individuals have accomplished, and you have yet to accomplish the visual result that you are looking for.
No, more than that. The visceral result, an actual like out of your body, looking at your body, your consciousness through receiving astral eyeballs, right? Looking at your body. You literally turn around, you fly somewhere. Like I do it in my imagination. I have a great imagination, right? Not the same as I understand it. So I've never experienced the former.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, like this specific thing can be accomplished. Attaching to specific things with stuff like this, there's generally a reason why we're attached to that specific thing, and it's quite like a goal. And there's going to be a lot of stuff to overcome that. It would probably be much easier to have a visceral experience out of your body that was not this specific thing that you're talking about.
Sure, that's
beforehand.
Fine.
Drugs don't help with this, BT dubs. Psychedelic drugs make it harder to visually get out of your body on your own, because you get used to having this extremely heightened mental activity psychedelic state that really, it just normalizes something that the experience normally is not without them. So
I see what you're saying. I mean, like using it like a crutch.
It functionally does crutch the thing.
Yeah.
Right. But it doesn't. It doesn't. Right. Like you're saying, like I skipped past this one part. You really didn't. You like drug induced a lot of that part. And as a byproduct of that, you were also at these realms of like paranormal processing and stuff. And now we're basically just going through a process where we're trying to get like your default state, not using those things at all, up to where it's having basically visual experience. that is in certain ways similar to the psychedelic states, but more, like you're saying, visceral and probably closer to real than, I mean, I don't, that depends on what you define by real, of course.
Well, no, it's like, okay, real, again, like, if I feel like I painted a picture, but if I haven't, it's like literally another body, therefore other sensory. Am I understanding and the thing is, it's like, if a few people experience this, cool. But this is a thing that apparently exists for like millions upon hundreds of millions of people around the world, consciously engaging in these astral realms. They meet up, have conversations, they come back, remember the conversations as if it like were a phone call, to my understanding, like full conscious recall, like astral. I mean, there's a lot of esoteric shit that happens that way too, as I understand it. So I'm just like, okay, apparently I'm present at certain things astrally, right, to other people's knowledge or awareness, but I don't have conscious memory. That's fine. I'm aware. I'm like fine in the sense like parts of my light bodies or fractals of me or something are doing things that I out of my awareness at this given time for whatever given reason, and I'm kind of trying to figure it out. I'm not trying to force it necessarily, but you know, it's obviously a thing that I've been processing for a long time.
Sure.
And like having someone like you with your experiences and you and obviously all the different ways, all that shit. So it's nice to be able to continue to like try to unfurl that shit, spiral that shit out.
It really takes time. And then where he's talking about the fears as well, like a certain part of letting go to have the vision there is very, and the visceral experience is very much so about not having that fear. It's like a physical body release. And that definitely affects it as well. Things that we're thinking about and I realize this is the whole idea of the Monroe security deposit box, is that it aids the self in forgetting about the real life activities because it makes it easier to disconnect from the body. When I say body, I don't mean the physical human skin suit. I mean this dimension in which there's this mixing of thought and body. And
this makes me think of one of the things I have noticed listening to the Monroe one, well, and other ones too recently, but the Monroe ones, because they do say this in some of the intros in them. I listened to, I don't know, half a dozen or so today. Was that today, 10 yesterday, something like that. Anyway, where when they tell you to relax your, you know, really relax your jaw and relax your eyes, and then like they articulate in different ways. But the point is, like, when I really think to do that, I'm still like really surprised at how much more relaxed they get than when I thought they were relaxed, right? I'm like, holy shit! Like I can, like, oh shit! I can relax my eyes like that, my cheek. Holy shit! Like, oh, that's what relaxed feels like. I'm like, maybe there's more then, you know. And so then like, so do you think there's maybe like a physiological dynamic in that, mixing with 3D and stress and awarenesses of other things that aren't in the box, if you will? It doesn't allow my body to actually release and relax in the way that it needs to have an OBA in that way, maybe?
Can you reach a conscious state of relaxation where you cannot feel your body?
I don't know, man. The way I was relaxing, it was taking me in some deep focus states too. I mean, also like my body released, it you know, released other shit or whatever. It brought it more stillness, if you will, as my body relaxed, internal stillness.
Well, I'm really like asking this, but like I guess it's kind of like a specific question. Can you get past this specific line? If you can't, then it's likely that there's things that are in that reality that are holding you there that are functionally like unconscious, right? You feel like you're not thinking about them anymore, but they really actually still operable in the body. If you're past those things, which requires like, he says like you can do it anywhere, you can, but there's certain things into this. Like it would be much harder to do in the middle of like Times Square because there's tons of like people around. What are any of them gonna do? You don't know any of them. Cars driving by, like dangers, right?
Set setting until you've mastered it and you can do it anywhere. Yeah, setting really, really matters.
Yeah, like you could do it there, but real hard.
Yeah.
Real hard. But that's why I asked this question of like, can you just relaxing and still staying in your conscious mind, like you're not trying to get out of conscious mind or bring yourself to some heightened focus state or into your subconscious. You're just staying like your normal mind, but you relax to the point where literally you cannot feel your body. Like the only way that you know you have your body is because you could look at it.
Okay,
you can't feel it.
Okay. Yeah. Now that you're saying that, that's definitely, well, that's, I guess I associate that with deeper focus states or stillness. Like it's not less present with, like my body's just relaxed and I'm consciously fully there, but I don't feel my body at all. at times, like in those phases, for sure, for a while.
Yeah. So, I mean, this kind of, that function insinuates kind of whether or not the conscious mind is beyond enough fears to just like allow itself to go. Does that make sense? Because
Yeah, so
that
it sounds
feeling of relaxation like that is the bringing away awareness from the physical skin suit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So that makes it sound, because I was gonna say feel like I've always had, that's why I can sleep anywhere. I feel like I can really just fucking, then going to Delta, man, I can relax pretty heavy. When I do any kind of body work that's done on me, I pass out, and they say it's the easiest or the best they've ever done, because I'm totally whatever. So, but it makes me think when I'm in that space then that I've at least achieved that in a sense, a lack of fear, because I really don't feel. I was even thinking about that today. I was like doing certain affirmation things, like reassuring myself or my ego. But I'm like, I really don't think we're scared about going out of body. I really don't. But I don't think it's a fear thing or any other, or are there any other fears trying to feel it out? I don't know. Like, I don't feel anything there. So maybe if that's not an issue, then like, what's next? What's the next layer that would be hindering me or I'm stuck in or not aware of or something?
Yeah, and a certain way is you don't necessarily have to think of it as just fear too. In a certain way, like responsibility / obligation, things like this. These are functionally a fear. Because what we're really talking about is some type of attachment to being here
No,
and
fuck
keeping
that shit,
management of it.
No, fuck that shit, dude. I've died so many times. I'm not even talking about entheogen experiences before all that shit. Like, I'm totally content with like being done here.
Sure. Yeah. My personal assessment of you is realistically that you want it too bad.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. I know that shit's a real thing too.
I think about it with some stuff. Like, I've heard of a lot of people that have had like the silver cord experience, right? Like they've been out of their body and they see a silver cord attached to it. If I wanted to see that, I'd be super frustrated at this point in time, because it's been like 25 years and I've never seen that. I've been out of my body, looked at my body, watched myself float out of my body, sucked out, sucked into my body, all kinds of things. Never seen a cord anywhere.
Okay, but all that though, the stuff you just experienced, that's the kind of stuff that seems to be very, very common experiences. So it's not like, I can see how overwanting it, and that's fine. It's funny.
Should be noted that I have not seen any of those experiences since I was probably 15 years old.
So you just didn't find value in them after that age because you found other ways to connect your consciousness?
I needed one. There was one specific one that I was trying to accomplish. I accomplished that specific one, and it really just wasn't interesting to me anymore. Also, I've always been really like, would you rather fly or teleport?
Yeah, it's true. Oh, we had this dialogue. Well, dude, again, dude, I get like both. It depends on the context, but dude, any fucking time you can take to fly, why wouldn't you fucking want to fly, man? Fucking cool. Feels cool.
Yeah, and I think from my own personal standpoint, like I hear that, but the over efficiency side of myself is like, no, I'll just teleport. You know what I mean? Yeah. And these are kind of like flying between teleporting, right? Like I got to see the big zoom out, come out of my body. Oh, it's my town. Oh, it's my state. It's my country. It's my planet. It's like I'm moving out to the edges of the universes, to places. I ended up in this position that my mom had told me about, that was basically a universe that had 2 suns and this other various stuff, right? And like I was at this spot, and I knew I was at the spot, and I was like, holy shit, I'm at the spot. And I zoomed back into my body and fucking cratered hard. Like it woke me up. I cratered so hard. And like it was just like, that was the one. I was like, this shit is real. And I just never cared about it then after that. It was just wasn't important to me to see the like coming out, going back into my body. Just not of interest to me really at that point in time.
So me too. And so this part of the disconnect is like if the information carried over, and again, this may just come like time and practice and letting it go at deeper levels, I guess. It's funny. It's on one level, it's an equation to figure out. It's like, okay, I do a lot of things really, really well. I pick things up very, very quick. I guess the difference of like, well, if I don't get it at first, I don't want to try. It's like, no, this one, I want to figure this shit out, man. I mean, we were talking about earlier when things were cutting out.
I would also like to note that the concept of answering both in this, when we're in a realm of super intention, this means that you do not have one. If you would like to both fly or teleport, you don't have an intention about travel.
No, it's context. It's context, bro. It's 100% context.
I hear what you say with that. I know
You don't
what
agree?
you're thinking. I really, really, really do. If there's
Okay.
not one you're completely sold on, your intention is not completely seated. And if your intention is not completely seated, it's not really an intention. It's a
No.
pseudo intention.
What about in the moment making that decision? When I decide I want to fly, fuck 100% want to fly. It's like that's fine. I don't have
Yeah,
to know ahead of
if
time.
you're on 100%. But I asked, would you
Sure.
would you rather teleport or would you
Yeah.
rather fly? And the answers
With
that
no
come back from
context.
you and from others is both. This is
Right.
not a 100. This is the thing. This is where we disagree, at least,
Do it.
maybe.
Do it.
You
Do it.
think
Yeah,
that
yeah.
the context matters, and I
Of course.
think that there is a dimensional layering. And at a certain
Okay.
layering of that, the context is what I want free of context. And if it's not inside of that space as well, it's not a completely seated intention. It's a partially seated intention.
Okay, so how did you come to that specific, always the same intention, 100% every time teleport over fly?
I didn't. It was just me. I've never had any interest in flying. I've had literally tens of thousands of lucid dreams. I've never chosen to fly once. I have no interest in it. It's not interesting to me. I've had many offers to be taught how to parasail, wingsuit, base jump. Not interesting to me. Skydiving, not interesting to me. None of these flying things are interesting to me. I don't want to be a bird. I'm not interested in flying. It's not interesting to me. If you ask me teleport or fly, teleport. No context, always 100% teleport.
So here's
all
the thing.
the time.
I think that's fucking awesome, right? About you. That's fascinating to me that you are that way. Great, cool. That's really interesting to me. Awesome.
And also at the same time realize I did not make this decision. It's just how I was, right? So like it's not really my decision. It's just like my default programming. I've just ran with it. So
well, what about since then though? Have you ever thought to or tried to fly or whatever just because?
Not interesting.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just, I don't know. I'm just not interested in it. You know what I mean? So
Okay,
I don't think.
So here's the thing. I feel like we're agreeing to disagree. I really appreciate and honor your path and your perspective on that whole thing, and that yet you're saying if for the people saying both, depending on context, that's somehow some level of incoherence because they're waiting until a contextual situation to then dive in 100%. Like, why would I decide ahead of time? If it's like, oh, you can go the long route, you can go straight there and then wait for everybody to get there an hour later, or you can take this route. You can fly. It takes an hour, but you can fucking fly. It's a perfect day. All this whole dimension's great. Whatever. Like, oh, I'm going to choose that 100%. Going to the same place, just going a different way. Why is that? Why is that wrong? Or not wrong? Why is that incoherent?
It's not that it's incoherent. It's that it's technically undecided. It's not completely decided until the moment, but this is a linear timeline. The places that you're talking about, time doesn't exist. Now matters. Even flying isn't actually flying. It's being in the air, not bound by gravity, quickly teleporting between very minor location changes. You're not actually flying. Like flying doesn't movement, gradual movement doesn't actually happen. Reality, to my mind, reality functions actually instantaneously. There is no decide later or wait until the context comes up. Everything happens now. And when you set these kinds of intentions, the whole experience is decided now. Not like now and then a later decision a bit down the road, like now.
Right. Okay. So what you're talking about, like basically pre-planning out every lucid dream or astral experience that you have, so there is no choice points really. You know what you're doing. You're in the moment. You're in the flow immediately. So if someone chose ahead of time, I want to fly in my experience specifically. They're 100% going for that intention. I mean, would that be the same thing as going for teleporting? Instead of the in the moment decision thing, you're saying it just doesn't work on the other side the same way? Is that kind of what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that the intention isn't completely seated to do one or the other. And so you're basically left in a variance matrix where one or the other will happen. If that's the case and it's energy that's in charge, it's going to pick efficiency. And teleporting is 1,000 times, infinite times more efficient than flying. And if you're not doing the flying thing, then you don't have the gradual release, move away from the body, watch the pan out thing. You were here and now you're there. There is no congruent experience between the two processes. It's just new experience, complete replacement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
There's no travel. So this is where we start talking about like astral travel. Like it's travel because you go somewhere different. But if you're doing it by what you could call, Maya's calling it teletransport or teleporting, whatever you want to call it, like that. It's not going from point A over this path to get to point B. It's point A and then it's point B. So
Okay,
there's
hold
no
on.
like watch the body go away or anything.
I
You would need to like point B would need to be the corner of your room, and that's as far as you wanted to go, and then you look around at your body basically.
Okay, look how Jen just set this up here as I read through it. Have you skydived before, Aaron? Feels just like flying. Like, yeah, awesome, great. And then it's like we can already do this in our do this basically like in our bodies. Like wah wah wah.
Yeah, it's true. She's not entirely wrong. Technically,
No,
you
she's right.
jumping
I know.
is flying.
Yeah.
It's just not good enough flying for you,
Totally.
right?
That's what
So
we want to experience in a skin suit, man. I mean, there's that dynamic too. You know, have whatever experiences you want to have experienced. But I get it. I know what you're saying.
yeah, and this is something that can be built, but if you really want to see your body, there's two different ways basically you should be approaching it. Completely wanting to fly so that you always have this travel path that you could look back upon while you're going to the other place, or the entire intention should be to astral travel to like the ceiling corner of my room. So that once I got into that space, I can now look around and make contextual linear timeline decisions. But the path in between, if you're going from like here to interfacing with someone in the 9th dimensional astral realm, somewhere else, like the congruency between here and there, like you warp out of this dimension into the other place immediately. There's no like watch my body go away thing, right? Like you're gone. You're just fucking gone immediately. This is generally how we experience dreams. You don't watch yourself slip away to a dream realm and then you're having some dream experience. Suddenly the dream is there and you gain cognizance of the fact that the dream is there, but the travel was instantaneous. And dreaming is astral traveling. Don't let anybody tell you different. That's preposterous. There's no basis to say that a dream or your life is not astral traveling. By the function of our consciousness, your human life is astral travel. And that's where it's like it's a weird thing. Like you want to do the astral travel thing, but you basically want to have a human experience while astral traveling. And this in and of itself shows us that there's some attachment to the body that is likely limiting the astral travel. Because you want to have a human experience in an astral place where you have infinite possibility of any kind of experience you could possibly have. You're like, I want to see my human body, right? Like, you're fucking boring, bro. Who cares about that? You want to see your human body? I've watched myself displaced into like infinite amount of mercurial light bodies that all move at the same time, and then with a single shift of my mind, all do exactly the opposite of the one next to them, and then like all kinds of crazy. Like, why would you want to see one human body? It's like womp womp. I spent my astral travel on that. That's what you're doing all the time. Go look in the mirror.
Get out of here. No, listen. I know what you're saying. Obviously, the dynamics you're talking about are accurate in their own ways for sure, and some apply. And I'm trying to think. There's other ones that maybe think about totally other shit I wouldn't have thought about otherwise. So that's really interesting. But
we'll get you to having this experience 100,000%, because progressively, as we talk about it more and we spend more time on it, you're gaining, you're funneling more and more focused intent towards it. Whether you have 100% in the moment or you have 1% in every moment, when the object fills up, the experience will ensue regardless. So we're progressively getting there more and more.
100%. I know it. I love it. So like, okay, so what
and you need to do it. Realize that I also think that. I think you need to do it because you want to have that experience, and it's going to consume your intention because you want it. And that's fine. Like, it's what you want. So we're going to get it for you. And then you're going to want other things. You know what I mean?
Totally, for sure. I know that. That's like, I'm part of like, you guys stop shrugging it off. Like, stop having me shrug it off. I need to have this. It will hold me up. I need to have it.
Like, and this is where me having you shrug it off is actually going to make it happen faster. You just don't realize that yet. You're not going to shrug it off, but me trying to get you to shrug it off will seed that intention deeper and deeper through your masculine defiance.
At the same time, I've got a pretty submissive feminine. Sometimes I let shit go, man. You never know. You're like, oh shit. You see it trigger me.
You will watch
like,
me
totally
immediately flip positions. I will immediately devil's advocate you. Guaranteed.
All right, cool.
Because none of this is about me proving my point to you. This is trying to get you to have this experience that you want to have. It's always the goal. I'm not right about anything. The reality is whatever the hell you want it to be. So we're just teaching you how to sculpt this thing, and then you'll want other things, and then we'll sculpt those things, and then we'll want other things, and we'll sculpt those things, and it's just a fucking game, man. We're just playing around out here. We're two kids in a sandbox playing with fucking Tonka trucks, and you're like, look, I want to build jumps over here, and I'm like, dude, I built jumps the other day, and you're like, yeah, but I want to fucking jump here, and I'm like, all right, let's build a jump, and then I want to build this moat or whatever, and you're like, all right, yeah. Let's jump the moat, you know. So that's
he said, Munchie said, hey, Ron, you can do it.
You can do it, hey, Ron. What's up, hey, Ron?
Hey, Ron. Dude, that shit was so
funny.
Let's
see, we let a lot go here.
Sorry, go ahead.
Charlotte was saying before that she used to do this all the time. I'm talking about this when I was talking about the sucking out experience, but she hated coming back into her body and not being able to move. A lot of people's experiences of sleep paralysis, of which I have helped many people with. If you're having any dream problems, please reach out. It's something I do professionally. I'm a great dream analyst and help you get over your problematic nightmares of yourself or your children or your loved ones. Very easy. A lot of times, sleep paralysis situations are a byproduct of returning from astral travel, becoming conscious of it in a weird limbo state where you're not actually back in control of the body yet, but the consciousness is there. The consciousness is awake, but it hasn't reintegrated with the body yet, so you can see things, but you can't move things, and you're like, ah!
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and let's see. She's then said down here again that she started when she was... I started when I was a 3-year-old. We'll never do it again. It can be uncomfortable. It can be uncomfortable. That flying thing can get out of hand real fast, and motion sickness is a real thing. And I have seen people throw up from this. I've watched a lot of people rocket ship back into their body, basically, and you can see them coming back in. They start like shaking and shit. And then you'll see their consciousness hit their body by their eyes will twitch in a certain way. And I've seen this happen, and they fucking lean up immediately and projectile vomit. It's literally just like a G-force thing. It's crazy. Their consciousness experienced G-force, and as soon as they hit the body, they're like,
wow. Awesome, man. That's fucking awesome. Love hearing that shit.
He doesn't have a preference. I think which one body wants to do or use, if that makes sense. This can be functionally a seated intention in the idea that I believe that the right thing will happen in the moment. So you've basically given away, you've released the control over that entirely. And if you don't have any control over it, then it's out of the thing. It's out of the equation. Right? It's not your thing. So this is like unseating your intention inside. Every single system works both ways. You can either fully seat the intention, or you can unseat the intention and not have any basically responsibility for it anymore. The middle grounds are what usually have problematic things, really, when it comes to do with this. You want to be focused. You want to either be completely focused on something else or completely focused on this. You know? It really is that easy. If it's a one-time thing, flying, if it's forever, teleport. Yeah, I could understand that. I mean, the one-time thing of the teleport, like you get to one location, but you know, flying, do you get to like fly around for as long as you want or whatever? I don't know. Still, to me, I'm like, wow, I teleport to some weird place.
Okay, let me add another layer to this though. So like part of it is part of it realizing obviously my expectations built on my understanding of what I had perceived from others, and then trying to relate to my own experience, which I don't seem to have had. That's a problem, right? Their symbol sets aren't working for me at the very least.
Sure.
So being able to release those, and being even the last thing you're saying, setting the intention to be open to experience that in whatever way I do, if you will, out of body experience. So that helps to reframe that. And then also part of yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, it's like I haven't even thought so much about the floating on my body specific. I mean, yes, just based on a lot of the visuals people do for stuff, or like climbing the rope, like you mentioned there, and other shit. Which is I don't want to get into it. All right, so like anyway, part of it though is I want to be able to be outside my body where it's instantaneous, whatever, looking at my body and being able to go through my body on all the layers, the interdimensional layers. There's so much shit I understand about this body that I'm going to pull
What do you
layers
mean by the
back.
interdimensional layers of your human body?
Well, when I get there, I'll tell you. And there's places in Lucy too that I feel like I can figure that shit out. But
I feel like the human body's all in the same dimension.
there's shit, man. There's shit to the organs. There's ways to incorporate the data from the interdimensional dynamics that they are in and of their own right, of the different microorganisms, the actual traces and signatures of them, and the where they appear in the body, the way it affects myofascial tissue and bioelectrical systems. Like, dude, I want to look at the body and I want to look at my body. It's mine. So feel it from the inside out. Great. Figuring that shit out. I want to see it from the outside in with my own interdimensional overlays and filters over it. So that's why a big reason I want to get into those spaces. Like, really, that's a primary reason. All the other cool shit too, yeah, whatever. Like, meet people, yeah, great. And really, like, if that's a functional part of reality, I actually have astral meetings, which it sounds like it is for groups of people. Great. It's a practical avenue to do that. Great. So, like, but really, I want to stay in myself, in the body, in general, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly could be something to it. It was really like the interdimensional thing that threw me for a loop, and me like because even all that stuff that you listed right there, where you're to my perspective, where you want to observe it from is all the same dimension. You want to observe the happenings of the human skin suit, basically. The human skin suit is located in a very specific dimension. It's not an interdimensional experience, even if you're looking at it in many layers. You're just segmenting the one dimension.
No, I'm talking about all the different like light bodies and all the other interdimensional aspects that reside, the soul history, the actual like I don't know, like there's a lot, like especially my own body, like all the interconnections to my consciousness projecting into this body or however all that shit works, right? And like I don't know, like there's a lot of layers. If there's astral bodies, light bodies, remote viewing bodies.
And the idea to you is that like you would be able to see your body from an astral state, and you would be able to perceive these other bodies inside of it, like some kind of Matryoshka doll or something.
So this is I mean, so I'm talking about an ideal space here, ideal my own, like right what I can see when I want to perceive all that I can see. Yeah, that'd be a layer of it, which is nice. I've never had any space to actually fill this out more and articulate it beyond this, so this is good. So let me connect it to. Okay, I had this experience. Actually, this totally ties in with what we're talking about because I haven't had since I moved into this place. I think when I moved in, I salted everything and I like did a bunch of other shit. Like the day I got the keys, and then I went and laid down just where I was going to be sleeping upstairs. And I remember just spreading out. Like the Da Vinci painting or whatever, just like a star or whatever, just all my limbs out and just began to just relax and tune in, and found myself in that in-between spot, or what's the so-called like the astral in-between spot, right, where it sounds like a fucking train's going through the bedroom, but it's just your body vibrating or in between. And I had one shortly after that where I was laying in my bed and I was sitting up and I saw like my knees, like if I were just picking up my legs to sit up to sit up out of the bed, but it was all white and milky, like kind of a bioelectric milky white tissue or whatever. And I sat up to go also, I don't know, my ego, my awareness or something. And what I saw, it seemed like to me that this was my spirit, if you will, getting up to go do its fucking dream thing, astral thing, whatever. And that my ego or something coming along behind it. Like it looked behind me and saw like your little fucking little brothers following you along when you're about to go hang out with your friends. You're like, go home. And like he pushed me back into my body. Right. But the interesting thing was this milky white tissue or whatever that I saw that was covered in. When I saw shortly after that, I saw myofascial tissue, actual pictures of it and stuff. I'm like, holy shit, that was it. So that to me makes a correlation also with some parts of our astral bodies being related to layers of myofascial tissue, that being the actual interdimensional, that's why I call it interdimensional, I guess, dynamic of the other bodies that are outside of this body, but there's an actual resonance inside the body.
I mean, what if this is like an as above kind of so below thing in a certain way? So like this body that's actually, you could say, a dimension higher than you,
Okay.
functionally to you looks the same way as the body that is a dimension lower than what you call like your skin, right? Beneath
Right.
that is basically this tissue layer, right?
Yeah.
Don't know whether it's exactly beneath it, but it's functionally right, but it's beneath the skin,
Right.
right? And so you associate that with it, but really that is actually a higher body. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they
Totally.
functionally look, quote unquote,
Oh,
look the
yeah.
same.
Yeah. Kind of like an inverse.
Yeah.
So
Because
yeah,
realize
layer
like
in,
at the
layer out.
lowest level, if you went down to the lowest level of what human Aaron is, he's an energetic body, right? Like
Mhm.
completely ethereal, just energy, right?
Yeah.
And that's functionally what the highest version of you would look like too, right?
Right. So yeah, I'm trying to think how that ties in to what I was saying. Those experiences.
Me personally, I believe that we have a 13 density experience, and technically
do
it's a bunch of concentric circles in a certain way. But you would understand these as like if you looked at it from left to right, that you would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, which is the center ring, right? And we live in 7. That's like the center point. And then there's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Off to the other
Yeah.
side of it, you could basically kind of think of it like this and say that you have effectively 13 different layers of that body to you. But in this, like 6 and 8 are functionally the same ring. 5 and 9 are functionally the same ring. 4 and 10 are functionally the same ring, right? And so on and
Right.
so forth. 3 and 11, 2 and 12, 1 and 13. They're functionally the same ring. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
So in terms of like bodies with them, spiritual density bodies, I'm not realize like the crystal body, light body, all this stuff. This is a well, the way that's generally represented is like an up down bodies kind of thing. But what I'm talking about is like an in out kind of bodies thing, right? So it could be much
Yeah.
more understood as
Yeah.
like perpendicular density rather than ascension or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
Totally.
it's not a height
Yeah.
thing; it's a density thing. So, nevertheless, with that, it would make sense in a certain way that we're saying, we'll say that we're 7, right? And the myofascial tissue is functionally 6, but the astral body that travels just outside of that is functionally 8, and 8 and 6 are functionally the same ring. So the body looks the same, just one is below, one is above, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it really does.
That's just the concept. I don't know whether that's true. That's just like the way that I think of spirit. I call it spiritual density. That's
Right.
already how it functions. And then you're saying this myofascial tissue thing, while it was like actually kind of an astral experience at the same time. And so I'm just trying to correlate, really. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, and I'm just correlating that. I mean, that answers, that kind of incorporates all of Jacob's comment there about the tree ring, since I have a tree trunk. And
The way I can describe it, what Aaron's trying to say is, I think of a tree and the rings inside it. They're all levels of the tree, but from literally exactly. So the rings of a tree are exactly what I'm fucking talking about.
Right.
Exactly the same. I think our body mimics that of a tree functionally. You just can't see anything except for basically the heartwood, right?
Yeah.
In a certain way. You could
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that there's all this spiritual or unseen experience that goes on different densities all around that, right?
Right.
Or you could think of it as like outside of the tree, and then everything going that's in is one way, but then you have to start thinking about like the energy that the tree propagates as the astral bodies. You know what I mean? So, anyways, if you take it from the heartwood, then and a tree, if you take, well, I think trees are supposed to get 1 ring a year, right? So if you took like a 7-year-old tree, then you would have heartwood would be the center circle, and then there would be, because then there would be 6 rings on the outside of that, if that was accurate. If they get 1 ring every single year,
something. You're right. Yeah. Okay.
So we get the point, right? So if you like took a cross section of a tree that had fucking 6 layers besides the heartwood, this would give us that exact same concept with the So, and then to the left would be lower bodies, and to the right would be higher bodies. Or what you could understand is like they're going, well, the other ones are ethereal bodies functionally, and then the ones that are going down are smaller physical bodies, right? Functionally.
Yeah, I have to look at that mapped out to see how I want to see it. I know you're talking about them. There's aspects there that Yeah, I'm thinking about. Okay, what was
Which
I
ring
gonna
inside the
tell?
tree is this body? It kind of depends on then how you like the way that I would explain it. Like I was just saying, would be that this body is the heartwood, but it's not. We don't get then a direct crossover with the idea that it's not exactly the same, because you would expect some to be. You would expect it to be like a middle ring in a certain sense like that, but you have to think about the fact that like you're actually in your heart. You're not really like in your body. Your heart isn't like wrapped around stuff, right?
Mm.
Like, or there's stuff wrapped around your heart. So that center point, that's why I call it like heartwood, is because this is really actually like your heart. All the things wrapped around outside of it end up being quote unquote bodies. Right?
Mm. Mm. Yeah. So like even being able to pull back those layers in that way and see. I mean, I know enough. I mean, even tune into it now, but in enough life situations. Oh my God, it totally applies. All right. Here, let's base Jesus. Pull out a Bible metaphor, Bible story. Okay, so like the story of David and Goliath, where he kills Goliath, right?
Right.
So the stories leading up to that story, though, is there was a this the giant Goliath, right? What's his name?
Yep.
Goliath giant. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that didn't sound right. Anyhow, that he was taunting the Israelite army for 40 days and 40 nights, and I guess we go radio voice here. 40 days and 40 nights, and and everybody's terrified, and they're just going to go champion to champion. And so they called. David came in and heard what was happening. He was tending the sheep and all this, and then he was the only one with a pair of balls. His brothers were there, terrified, and he said, "Where's the king? I'll do it." And he's young, I don't know, 15, some shit. And he wasn't like brash, like he knew he could do it, and he knew why, because he went in. The king asked him how he knew he could do it, and he told him. There were 3 stories leading up to that. There was a time like a lion came and tried to take away the sheep that he was attending, and he ripped the jaw off the lion, and then a bear, and then whatever, might have been those 2 or whatever. But like he literally did. They said that the power of the Lord came upon me, and I had courage. I chose whatever, and I've always fended these things off. So this giant will be just like them. The Lord has my back, basically. And you just need somebody to just step up and fucking do it, even if I'm a boy and whatever. And so the king's armor didn't even fit, so he didn't even wear the armor, and he had a sling and 5 stones. Right, and there's all this alchemical shit and all these other meanings and layers of metaphors, right? But the principle in this dynamic being having life things happen before, so when something comes up, or you just know you're fit for it, even if you may have no experience, may not look the part or whatever, right? So that being said. The whole wanting to understand the DNA skin suit is just a very, I would say, core fascination of mine at this point in life. I don't know if when I'll be satiated with that at some point in some way, but I've definitely kicked into a new level of intrigue since our interactions and dialogues and things. I'm just digging back into that that again in a more focused way, I guess, but realizing when I've been in situations, I mean, just an insane diversity of situations, a whole jack of all trades thing, I guess, but where I just perceive deeper layers and meanings to shit that I just know other people don't perceive in like ways that I've just gotten used to. Like, and I think maybe you have too or whatever, and other people do too. Probably it's like, I mean, we all get that in our own ways, like for sure. Or you just learn to exist in a world with other people you can't share certain shit with. I mean that for sure, but I mean like at some insanely deep levels, like you just do, and you get used to it. And it's not shit you talk about. You don't know how to talk about it. It doesn't even matter. It just kind of is a thing and whatever. But then it comes to things like this. Like one of the things I can do is I see how things work or fit together or whatever, break it down. And there's things about the body when I see certain charts and diagrams, or I read through shit, some anatomy material, like it makes sense to me in a way that is practical and seems to really fucking work and make sense that other people don't seem to make those intuitive connections or whatever. So I know being able to see it on those additional interdimensional layers with that level of whatever I am, that level of awareness, consciousness, intuitiveness that's outside of just me being in the body. When I could be in a different vessel, avatar in a sense, and then look at the body again from that avatar's perception vehicle tools. Fascinating. In the realms within the operate, and then especially bring that conscious knowledge back to the body. I mean, come on, man. What the fuck, man? Let's get on this shit. Why is this not a thing that's normal yet?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple things that stand out to there in me. Going in reverse.
Yeah.
He said, back to the body. So there's a separation thing going on there between these bodies because you're taking it back to somewhere, whereas like
Right.
you're moving with the
Sorry.
perception that is basically the memory, right? The mind. So it doesn't have to go
Right.
back anywhere, right? But the point is,
yeah,
go ahead.
retaining the memory. But so like retaining the memory when waking up from the bed in 3D dynamic or whatever. So it's like going to the body,
only
leaving the body,
reason you
and-
don't though really is separation complexes. And I
Okay.
have them as well. It's not like I'm standing on a soapbox here or something.
Yeah,
It's very much so the pot calling the kettle black. But there's ways that we can kind of data chunk, I call it keyframing, that can help us remember those experiences. But nevertheless, that process of not remembering is because we go through this switch of bodies, right? And we have separations between those spaces. So it's trying to come back somewhere. The other thing that I really noticed was that you're like a very interesting place because it's like you want to explore the human body, but you want to do that from an astral place, which is like
Right.
that's really weird. Like you're already in the human body, you're in the best possible place to explore it right now, and you're like, but I want to get out of my body to get into my body, right? And that's like that's not, I don't know what
Do you
it
know
is,
why?
but it's an interesting whatever situation.
Do you know why? Because I also think I'll make correlations, like massive correlations for myself. When I can perceive in certain layers, I'll then be able to associate how I already know that feeling in my body in that specific location. This is giving me an additional facet of the same truth that's already present in my body that I've studied in an innumerable amount of ways and will continue to do so as long as I exist in it. But then to get these additional layers from some additional facet of framework and again, observation tools, like that's going to make massive connections for just my own life healing and benefit and growth. But I'm sure stuff other people will be interested in too, man.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we'll try and get it to do it this way. It seems more efficient to me to do it through feeling from inside the body and just basically.
That's what everybody says. And I'm like, why do I have this? Why do I have this? This what is it called? Craw in my jar, whatever the fuck it's called. Because like you saying that, I get the wisdom in it. I understand. Like, but there's something I'm like, I can't quite explain it enough. I mean, I've kind of got you sold that you're just going to help me regardless, whether you're sold or not. But I think you're semi-sold in it being interesting. We'll see how that goes.
I mean, the whole fact that I think like, well, it's probably more efficient this way doesn't make sense that way is exactly why I haven't looked at it at all. So it's very possible that it has all kinds of information I haven't seen. You know what I mean?
Cool. Yeah, that'd be great, man. That you do shit too. I'm like fascinating. We'll see what Zach figures out because I've never even thought to go that way or whatever in certain things.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there is something there. I know that like, well, Jen, for instance, had when she was like coming off of ayahuasca one night, and she was like rubbing on my shoulders, and then to what she has claimed, she could actually like see inside of my body and see how the things were like in the wrong place and just like she knew exactly what she needed to maneuver around, and she's wanted to be able to like see inside the body too, not necessarily from an astral body or whatever, but to be able to actually like see what's going on inside the body. I haven't heard her talk about this in a really long time, but I'm sure she probably still wants to do that.
Well, when's Shane gonna come on camera?
Well, when I have other cameras and stuff set up, she could get on here a lot more often. Right now, given the phone situation and stuff, we got like one thing that can function. Well, I mean, she could just call in from the laptop. Actually, it's not that bad. The audio quality ain't great and stuff, but
yeah, well, whatever. If she's willing to come on or whatever, jump on and talk about it. That'd be cool. Since we're on that subject, man, let's keep on open this up. This is help giving more focused awareness to achieving what I want. I appreciate all the collective engagement, the 11 live viewers and the people in the chat. Everyone collectively giving energy just because you're listening and paying attention to what I want. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think on a certain level we have the separation thing to deal with. I think I think for what you actually want to learn, and I don't know this, there's a possibility that we have to interface with basically an attachment issue with how you learn it, right? Because like,
yeah.
do you want to have the specific experience you're talking about, or do you want to get the knowledge, right? Because if you want
Right,
the
for
knowledge,
sure.
maybe it doesn't come through that specific experience. You know what I mean?
For sure. And like, and I'm, so part of it's being learning to be more open to, I think I put myself in a binary position where it's like, I either have to experience it just from in the body, and it's like, yeah, I can do that pretty intuitively, pretty well, and I could see how that'll enhance, and like, I get that, that's fine. That is a more superior path, if you will, down the road, or efficient and whatever in different ways. Great. But then being these other dynamics, thinking like, oh, well, you just, it's better that you just do it that other way. That is a better way. I get that. But why am I so stuck on this thing? So yeah, my hope is that there are definitely things there, or that it's a framework and expectation on how that I perceive those things. But it really is the data retrieval. It's really experiencing myself on additional facets and layers. So if I open myself up with that intention going in to however the goal is to retrieve that data, the additional layers of data of myself, if you will, and all of my construct or constructs, whatever that means, trying to give a broad framework there of self, if you will. But like, but with specifically correlates to organs, to vessels, to what's in my digestive system. You know, like think about this shit. Oh, very loud echo background.
Oh.
Okay, so like let's say, okay, so all the layers of self, like for example, I think about how cool it'd be to be able to see what is inside of your digestive tract. I know you can feel it, but like to me, to associate on the outside, to know, because acupressure is such a huge thing, man. To like when I can see in the body, and I can feel too. I get it. Like I get there's other avenues to get where I want to go, but I feel like this avenue gets me information I wouldn't get other places. And it doesn't sound like other people have done this before. I found that out as I've shared that with people, like they've never conceived of that before. And I'm like, really cool. That makes it seem even more intriguing to me. Now I really want to do it. Like nobody's done this. Fuck yeah. Trailblaze. Fuck yeah. Plus I thoroughly want to do it and I enjoy it. Fuck yeah. Zach, where were you go? Where were you stuck by speakers? What was going on? Zachary. Zach Mortimer.
I'm setting up the laptop so Jen can come on here.
Oh, okay, cool. You need me to riff a while? Yep, he muted. He needs me to riff a while. Well, let's go to the chat. So it's a good place to start a riff. You can do it. These one. Autophagy. Wait, hold up. What? Autophagy. Just gonna leave this here. Oh yeah, that's cell death, right? Automated cell, or when they program or get the signal to self-phagy. I forgot what it was called. Self-terminator, what I was trying to think of, but like, I think that's what it is, right? Autophagy. Love you all, send a big ass love. Love you too, man. Fuck. So many cool people in this world, man. It's so cool how we all kind of magnetize to each other in different spheres or groups or on the chat and shit. And Jen's about to get on. How cool is that? Jen from the chat, ladies and gentlemen. She's about to be on live, on camera for the first time. The lady, the super friendly and encouraging lady in the chat. It's always present every night since the inception, 23 episodes ago. Jen, is it Tilley? Jen Tilley, right? Tilley versus, oh, she's backstage. We're close,
Okay.
guys.
Close. We're very close now. All right.
Oh, Andrew said, fuck, love you and Zach. Awesome.
Love you too, man. Let's see. What am I doing here? Okay, it looks like Jen's ready, so we'll go ahead and bring Jen on and bring me also.
Jen.
Hi, Aaron.
All right, we can hear you. It sounds great. We can have a chat now. It's so good to see you.
Oh, it's so good to see you today too, and all of you guys too.
Jen
This was
chat, ladies and gentlemen.
unexpected.
Did you hear my intro?
No.
Okay, 2:30, like 2:35. You'll have to go back and watch. I get this long intro, but I'll do another one. Fuck it. Jen, this is Jen from the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Jen Tilley, you know her. She's very, very, very friendly in the chat. She's an incredible chat role model, actually, is what she is. And the great thing is she does it naturally because she's a wonderful person. And she's been there since the inception of the show, which was like 23 episodes ago. And we're glad to have her on here because she's a big part of Zach's life and she's been a big part of our life then. And that's the way it is. And so we're glad to have you. It's also 111. Jen Tilley, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's very nice to be here. I'm grateful. I always wondered if and when I was going to come on. So here it is.
Episode 23 is when he came on. What's that mean to you?
Oh, well, it's a 5. It's a magic number.
Yes, it is.
So it's 5. So
Mhm.
I'm a
Spiral up.
Cancer, so 69, so definitely 5
Oh,
and
yeah.
spirals. And yeah,
Cool.
it's a pretty magical number to be on, for sure.
We just waited until episode 23 to bring Michael Jordan on.
Yeah,
So.
there we go.
Michelle
55
Jordan.
in the house.
Michael Jordana, Michelle Jordan. All right, so Jen, so let's talk about where do you want to dive in based on the conversation we were having, or do you want to start with me asking a question, or where are you at? What are you thinking?
Let me prompt her by saying, can you explain the experience that you had in the Maloka with looking into my neck?
Cool.
Oh, yeah. So to start off, when you go to the jungle, they ask you to write out your intentions and things that you would like to be able to do and change about yourself. And I had been doing body work and working with people for a really long time at this point, but I just felt like there was the veil between me and actually I just really wanted to be able to see what was going on inside of there. And
what were you, did you have expectations of what you would see? Did you want to see what you see in the anatomy books? You want to be able to perceive that more viscerally, internally, with your third eye? Or what were you thinking you wanted to see?
Sure. Well, I think that when you do the study of the human body, you have such a visual picture of what it's supposed to look like. So there's always kind of that mechanic when you're learning to work with the spine and touching on it, that there's always this visualization with it.
Sure.
But I just wanted to be able to see through it, and I wanted to be able to have the experience that I could reach in through the body and just move it and just put it where it was supposed to be.
Make it right.
Yeah. And so I don't remember which ceremony it was, but yeah, Zach had come over to where I was, and he was expressing that he was having some kind of pain, and I just started to do some work, and I literally, it was as if the skin was iridescent, if you will, and there was no separation between my hand, even though if you were to probably see it, it would look like my hand was just touching his neck, but it very much was oh, it is that vertebrae right there that is off, and we just need to and put this there and then center it here. And I got exactly what I had asked for.
So so I've had experiences, not like that, in the sense of you're doing some major shit on somebody's body, but you're in that sense where you're saying you're literally potentially here reaching through a portal in and adjusting a spine and reaching out. I totally believe that shit for sure. Right? Okay, so in that moment, did you just feel like you just knew what to do? The knowledge was just there, or did you have to figure it out, or what was it? What did it feel like in the experience?
I think for me, it's just always been
you basically did surgery. You know what I'm saying? It's how did where did the awareness come from?
Sure. I just had this image come to me, so I'm just gonna say it, is that when I was studying up about ayahuasca before we went, I heard about the little doctors. Some people expressed that when they were going to go for physical healing of some sort, that they would experience little doctors going in and fixing everything, and so in some semblance, it was I didn't see them as an assistance. I just knew that something could go inside the body and also do that and be taught with ayahuasca. I knew that it was going to be much more powerful. I had been working with people for a really long time at this point, probably 15 years of just intense body work, training, nutrition, everything about healing that you could find. So I feel like I'm so much farther now in the amount of study I've done since this time. But I just intuitively, when somebody had pain somewhere, I just my hand just goes there. I just know where it's at. And most people are like, no, it's my ankle that's a problem. I'm like, no, it's really your shoulder right
It's
here.
referred
And we're
pain.
gonna like
Yeah.
and we're gonna go right there, you know? And then all of a sudden they're like, what the heck? I'm like walking perfectly now, you know? And so,
Beautiful.
or it's like your little pinky toe over here, you know?
Yeah.
And people, wherever the pain is expressing is never where it's at when it comes to the physical body, unless you've had an acute injury, like to that place.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, it's just like that exploration is just, I've just been able to see that connection. And
Okay,
I've just been able to get that.
taking a pause rabbit trail here based on your own experiences, and then you've been a part of the shows when I've read from that book, and based on what you said, the pain is never actually related to that part of the body. So how have those the ways they've described that, how has that resonated with you? The different parts of the body, or when they describe them to psychosomatic events?
I'm drawing like a blank on how to pull up exactly like what you were talking about. I remember what you were reading,
How did
but
it feel? Well, how did it feel when like I read through them? Do they feel accurate? Do they feel right?
yeah,
Or
I didn't disagree with anything that you read. So like to pull from that, it was almost like I already knew that. Does that make sense?
Totally.
So like
Jen
at
pulls a
this
lot.
moment, yeah,
Jen pulls a lot from German New Medicine, and that's kind of like
Yeah.
the basis of that book, is the same concepts
Totally.
of German New Medicine. It's like, here's
Yeah.
the psychological effect that's creating the physical
Cool.
effect. It should be
So
noted that Jen is very much so what you would refer to as a medical intuitive. Like she knows what to do to
Yeah.
fix the thing.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I also want to express like when you're having pain in a specific area, it is to be noted and looked at like based off of the chakra system, like what the energy blockage is there, because there is energy blockage. So I do address where that pain is in the sense of any of the extra energy that needs to be released from it, or like if you're like I originally said, like your ankle. So if it was your right ankle, we would start looking at, what you were struggling with in your past, or excuse me, in your future, stepping forward in your future. If it was on the left side, we would be talking about the past. And so like there's all different sides. If it's your right arm or the side, it's trouble with giving. If it's this left side, it's trouble with receiving. And so with that, it's like I'll go to the area that the problem and the pain, like the actual pain is coming from, but I'm also like releasing and figuring out what that trauma was. So like, for example, like I had this one client, I was like working on her shoulder. It's like, this is my motto. If you stuff your issues, it goes into your tissues. It's what I say. And it really like came to me at this moment. I was working with this woman's shoulder, and she all of a sudden broke out in tears, and she expressed that 20 years ago her daughter had attempted suicide, and she had never told anyone about it before. And after we like talked about that, her shoulder was healed. It wasn't what I was doing. We were literally going in and releasing the trauma. So it's like, once you get there, what's that visualization? What is that? It's tapping into your own intuition. And as I was telling someone earlier today, is that, oh man, I just got it pulled. Tapping into your intuition. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say at the very moment. Tapping into your intuition. Go ahead.
If you want to pull it back, however you do your thing, like, so me as a host here, if you're stuck on a thought, I'll jump on a new track, and whenever you remember it, we go back. But if you want to just hang, like, if you think you can grab it, go for it.
Yeah. No, keep going. If it comes back to me, I'll go on with it. I'll go on with it. Yeah.
Go with the flow, throw in the vortex.
Go with the flow. But,
so do you feel like, have you seen in your experience also, so I'm totally with you on everything you're saying. I agree with all that stuff and have seen and experienced that too. Personally, and then in other people. But have you seen ab reactions, like pretty visceral ab reactions come up, like bruising or different injuries actually reappear on the skin, or I mean, maybe you've seen a more like pain show up in the body when a certain issue is talked about, things like that?
Not that I have actually taken note of. I mean, some people are bruisers, some people aren't. Red marks. I would say more like heat. Heat is more what I notice that comes off of the area. Bruising itself, that's an interesting one. But no, my answer to that is personally, like in my experience, like I have not seen that.
Yeah, interesting. It's interesting what different people are into. Because obviously you do a lot of body work and you run to a lot of things, and it seems like, I guess it makes sense. You attract the people that pique your interest and your skill set.
Mhm.
You know, both. So it's like you're never bored, ideally. But it's also nothing that it's not necessarily things that you just encounter. Because why would you? Made my
Right.
everything.
Like the different levels of clientele that I have had over the course of time has been pretty astronomical. From people that like are like one person that I think we've talked about on one show, but she had like liver failure, kidney failure, so totally in renal failure, and they gave her, based off of certain conditions, a 2% chance of survival, but based off of this other condition had a 2% chance of survival of that. So she had actually a 2% chance of a 2% chance of survival. So, going through like those kinds of experiences, she was in the hospital for a little bit, but I mean, my healing is so intuitive and each person is unique. Like when you talked about the bruising, I thought about this one client that was very much a bruiser. So it's like, I could have seen that, but I could have missed that, just to the dimensionality that I was at that time.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, just
But
like it's not necessarily relevant. Yeah, it's not necessarily relevant. It's just an observation. Like I was trying to make correlations on things and connections. But yeah, I mean, you can heal totally without having to even acknowledge certain things. Or, I mean, I'm sure like a lot of stuff, traumas and stuff can be released without having to like relive the trauma. A lot of stuff can be breathed through, or just acupressure or somatic release, you know?
Yeah. I definitely do the acupressure and somatic release, and I mean, like I was saying, like the gamut of people. Like I worked with one guy that was going to get a double knee replacement, and what was so funny is by the time he got to his knee replacements, he had gotten the fluid within his knees and all the reasons that he really needed the knee replacement. He almost didn't need it at that time, but because it was so set, he actually he went ahead with it. But it was just like really.
Yeah. Who is that?
Who was that guy? That was weird. Are there ghosts in here? I swear that looked like Zach.
Bilocating, because his avatar's on the screen right now. His little head's right there.
He's like, I'm still here. It's very much, I appreciated the video that you shared yesterday. It's like that knee replacement one that I was talking about. It felt like that, where like that tumor went away, and by the time they were there, it was like he had been bone on bone, and now he's not,
Yeah.
And
isn't that cool to have a video like that, to see something you feel like you've already experienced?
Yeah. It's mind-boggling the abilities that we actually have. Like there is nothing that we cannot heal. There is no bones we cannot regrow. It just comes down to the belief system. And
all right, Jen. Let's put this in the vortex of intention. We're gonna fix whatever comes down to my belief system, because I know one of my belief systems says I can regrow my tooth. Through focus meditation, some poultices. I've actually got different diamonds, Herkimer diamonds, and like mouthpiece shit. I mean, I've got tech that I would put into it that would help amplify that shit. I just haven't done it. Or I've got it. I just haven't done it. But like, anyway, if it's belief system change, we'll work on some kind of, I'll pay to do some body work shit on me, and acupressure and like fucking somatic release shit, and like definitely cranial sacral shit. Yeah. And then we'll see if we can't, like, my tooth isn't like regrown by the time we're done. Let's fucking make that shit happen.
Okay. That would be amazing. I would love to. Challenge accepted.
I've seen crazier shit, and I got that. The difference is that's two of us co-creating. It's not like angels doing it in some church service, right? That's like fucking co-creating how to heal the human body, some kind of somatic release. And maybe it even becomes like, okay, this is what I experienced. This trauma came up or whatever. And like, fuck, my tooth grow back. Like, interesting shit, man. Let's do it.
Yeah. Did you watch that video I ended up sending you? about the
did,
double
yep.
slit. Yeah,
I did.
I really hope that you guys end up sharing that on here, because I just think it gives such good, like, kind of like information, or that, like, in this video, it talks about the double slit experiment and how, you know, it pretty much, if you, like, anything is possible. If you have, like, if you can think about it, you can make it happen. And in this video, I hope you share, is that this man, like, he'd had this tumor in his hip that he had gotten in the military, and it just ate and deteriorated his hip. He was released from the military, and he grew, like I don't remember how long. Was it like 20 years or something he lived with it, and his hip just kept deteriorating, and all doctors just kind of wrote it off. And he heard about this lake in France, and if he went there, that it could possibly heal him, but he really didn't put like a whole lot to it. And he went there, went into the water, and then had that experience, and then he went back home, and he just felt different. And so much so that he was just like, finally went to the doctors. He's like, I know this is crazy, but can we like x-ray this and look at it again? And they kind of fought him on it, but finally, after so long, they decided to. And they're like, whoa, what the heck? This bone is growing back. His entire side of his pelvis grew back, and no one could explain it, of course, because medical. And so they even sent it all the way to the Vatican, and the Vatican's like, oh yes, it's a miracle. And it wasn't. It was that there was enough seed planted of that belief, and it happened. It was after I heard this video, back then I was 70 pounds heavier than I am right now. And actually probably about 55 pounds heavier than I am right now. And anyway, so I lost a total of 70 pounds. But I had heard about this, and I just started to think, okay, so all of our cells have consciousness. And so I started to think about my fat cells, and I had such a history in diet and nutrition and exercise and how you're supposed to lose weight, and all those things just weren't working, and they weren't working. And so when I found that every cell had consciousness, I started to think, well, what would my fat cells be? What would that be for me to have created this matter? And I started to think about our thoughts and how our thoughts matter. There's a reason we use that word. And we have different parts of our brain, the subconscious, that loops these thoughts, these traumas over and over. But if they just kept running like that, we wouldn't be able to function. So our body ends up storing it. That's where I say you stuff your issues, they go into your tissues. Your body's just trying to help you. It's like, we can't hold on to the thought here. We'll put it over here, you know? And so I started to think about that, and I'm like, okay, well, then if I look back at the times that I gained the weight, that there was definitely traumatic things that had been going on during those times. And that was really the key, that I was lying to myself. I had not healed those traumas. I had not gotten over that divorce. I had not done this or that, you know? And so and so I made this agreement with myself that I would go and heal those traumas. But it was a very important meditation. And when Paula and Kala were on here the other night, they were talking about looking in the mirror. And I was thinking about how very much that was me, and how I just couldn't look at the mirror. So much so that I taught myself how to do my makeup without looking in the mirr. And I would do this lie to myself, where I'm like, well, at least if I went blind, I could always wear makeup. And it was like this thing that just kept me away from actually looking at it. That was just bullshit. That was bullshit. That was just full-blown self-avoidance. So I thought, gosh, Jen, if you're ever going to heal yourself of this also anxiety that I was going through in my life, you're going to have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror. And right before that, I remember I had been really cruel to myself too. I was telling myself, oh gosh, you probably gained 10 pounds. You look awful, you know? And I ended up going and weighing myself, and I was 10 pounds down on the scale. And I was like, are you going to go back in the mirror and tell yourself nice things? Because you actually are the opposite of what you were saying. But I couldn't even do that. And so I finally sat down in a meditation with myself, and I'm just like, are you ever going to be okay at any point in the history of the rest of your life with where you are right now? Like, if you were to not gain a single more pounds, 0 more pounds, is there any scale that you could see? And I thought about it, and I was like, okay, and I'm like, well, you know, in like 10 years from now, I'd probably be starting maybe those menopausal stages, which I have a different view maybe on menopause now. But then it was, my body and my metabolism would be very different. And all of a sudden, I was able to start this process of compassion for myself. And I sat with myself 10 years in advance. And I could love myself there. I could just have compassion for myself there. Just great person, great heart, you know, so what about the body? Yeah, that fits for, you know, 40-something-year-old woman, you know? And so then I thought, okay, if you could be okay 10 years from now, could you come back to right now and be okay right now with where you were? If you didn't gain a single pound, could you be okay? And I thought, well, I'm already there. Well, of course I could. It was like a revelation to me, even though, you know, I was already there. But it's like, yeah, I can accept that, but I'm already there. You know, it was this true acceptance. And then I sat with that and I thought, gosh, well, let's just give yourself this moment. Where would you like to be? You had this 70-pound weight gain. You got to see yourself at all these layers and levels and all of that kind of stuff. And my first image was of my very skinny, like when I was a personal trainer, like self that was really strong. And then I was like, no, like there was like my whole thing. Like, anyway, that was my first image. But then I thought about like when I was this weight of 135 and I went more to society and I was like, there I had boobs, there I had a butt, even though boobs get in the way. Like, they seriously do. Like, if I was talking to myself, I like to be active. So there's like a certain semblance, sure, I'd like to have, but like, I knew what it was like to have them, to not have them, you know? And but I, at first, like this meditation.
One of my sisters had a breast reduction. Like, I have 3 sisters. I could totally get it. That makes sense.
Yeah. So anyway, so I then spent the time on the meditation of the worldview, you know, but it was putting myself at 135 pounds with this size, and I shaped myself. It was really beautiful. It really, really was, you know, just seeing myself there and creating that space. And then I was like, okay, all right. So that was your dream. Let's come back to now. And even so, even if that doesn't happen, like, I'm still okay right now. And then I thought back to my fat cells and how they had done a job for me. They had done a job holding on to this trauma that I had not wanted to let go. If I had truly wanted to let it go, I would have done it. And so accepting the fact that I had not wanted to up until this point was also that freeing moment where then I imagined those fat cells just being free and go and be love. And I just transmuted them in my mind to something else. Like, go be something greater than that. Go be something more, you know? And then I thought, gosh, our brains don't know the concept of time. It doesn't exist in there. I might as well have been 2 years old 1 second ago. I might as well have been that metabolism I was when I was 21. And so I just like gave myself permission, because I didn't know the mechanics and the exact details of what it would be to turn on that metabolism. But I didn't need to know that. That was just too much. It was just like, you just already know that. That already existed. So I kind of put myself back to that metabolism. I gave myself permission to go back to that metabolism. I believed that I knew that metabolism because I had been there, and there was no such thing as time. And so, anyway, it was a very profound meditation. I came back to myself. I felt very different. And this was actually right after that. I went in and was helping that girl that had that 2% chance of survival, and started to just like have different things where I was going to the hospital a lot at this time. And I remember I'm like shaking. I'm like, I need to get food. And I just end up going into Taco Bell, and I'm like thinking about like the negative thoughts of the fast food. And I was like, no, man, you could do anything with this. You're here to nourish yourself. And I just started eating that food, and I was just like, gave the the shit that was in it permission to just slough off, you know, anything that wouldn't serve my body, just to slough it off. And so I then like was eating worse than I had ever eaten. I was not exercising. I was going absolutely against everything that like my history would have told you how to lose this weight to be. And so I then, so it was very profound. So I just started like having these different kind of thoughts about it nourishing myself, and it became softer. And I didn't recognize at first that I was losing weight. People started to comment about it. And I almost walked away from that meditation without even giving that meditation credit until I had lost enough weight. And that 135 vision that I had, I can't even tell you. It was probably 6 weeks I got that. I mean, it was so fast, but it wasn't like so fast that my skin couldn't keep up with the weight loss. That was the other thing. So that it was just like this whole working system of getting me back there. And anyway, it's loving yourself, man. It's learning how to meet yourself there, finding that compassion. And I think these were just such important things for me because I was always out trying to heal the world and giving them all the information without even being able to look at myself in the mirror. And I was just this anxious, like, wreck, you know, if you will. When you're not connected with self, so that I couldn't show up as that authentic self, you know? So there's things that I missed. The client that always bruised, you know, there was something to it, maybe, as you brought up today. But it's like Aaron and Frank talked about, owning the moment of enjoyment of eating that ice cream and not stressing on any other part about it. Exactly, Mello. Exactly. Like I was working with this client and she was like, I'm going vegan right now. And we were like working for like a month together and she was just getting worse. She's like, all I want is a pizza. And I was like, eat the fucking pizza. You know? Listen, eat all of it, every bite of it. If that's what you want, eat it, man. Your body's telling you it wants something. Don't deprive it. It's just that balance, you know? It's like, don't overeat. Like your body doesn't want that. Like allow it that thing. I mean, if you're if you can consume the whole pizza, then do that. But just like take your power back with it. Don't give it the things that matter to make it have matter, you know? So it's really going in and digging on working. That was the other thing. Like after that meditation is that I had made the commitment, no matter what, that I was going to heal those traumas. And this is kind of how that world works, where it starts to send those symbol sets. So all of a sudden, let's say this person comes and it reminds you of this person, this direct trauma. So they might be the asshole or something, right?
Totally.
And so I'm like, that's it. Okay, that triggered this. That means that's not what I've healed. So I didn't have to go and like do digging. It was like my whole universe just showed me it. And I just went with it. And even like at this time, it was like my intuition was starting to turn on. Like when I was working with Alyssa, she's amazing. And so she's in this hospital and I just knew, like I could only play this one song on my flute for like the whole time she was there. But it was this song for like, I was playing it to the universe. I can't even play that song now. I couldn't even play it like after that song had completed its cycle. I knew when her dog needed to come into the hospital and I made it okay. Like animal medicine is huge. This was the miracle. Like I just felt it. Bambi, of her 2 dogs, Bambi needed to come to the hospital. Bing, bang, boom. I had a service dog here, the best fit perfect. The doctor said yes. And so the dog came in, spent the whole day with her. She's literally 2% chance of survival. It's amazing. She's alive right now. That dog comes in and spent the day with her. I took her home. The next day, they're doing all the tests. Her kidneys were perfect. Perfect. It was a miracle. And the kidney board came down. Liver transplant board came down. All of them. And she was pulled off the list of the liver transplant, which she shouldn't have gotten, but honestly, miracles happen. So she got on the list, so she shouldn't have gotten on the list. I had this, I had like a new vision. Like, so I was also trying to heal my anxiety. Well, all of a sudden I had this like panic attack, and I like go into the rush to the bathroom, because sometimes with panic you feel like you're going to come out both ends or pass out, you just don't even know. And so I like pass out on the floor in the bathroom, and all of a sudden I'm like laying there, and I see these like, in Dumbo, like if you've seen Dumbo, like it's the drunk scene with the elephants, they're kind of like neon. And so I'm seeing these neon elephants, and I'm like, oh, it's really crazy. And they're like talking to me, saying, we're working with you. You don't have to work so hard. We're here. We're listening. And then all of a sudden they're saying, we want to show you something. And they pop up these lungs. And I was like, it's not her lungs, it's her liver. Like, what are you talking about? It's not her. Yeah, they say. We know it's her liver. Like, but we're trying to show you something. And they changed the lungs instantly into liver. And they're like, see, we could have easily shown you that. And then they changed it back to the lungs. We're trying to show you. And it starts to fill with water. And this was really, really late at night. And so anyway, so I see them filling with water, and I'm like, oh shit, pneumonia. Right. And so I lay there still in the panic, and they're like, no, just sit back and watch the show. Just go into the star. And there's this bright star, and I just go into it. And it's kind of like one of the last things I really remember of that meditation at this time. But that was it. The message was there. Be calm. Take it easy. Like, we're listening. You're working so hard. I was going to all like the AA meetings, getting all the energy from the people. I want her to live, and getting all of the people's prayers that were in there that wanted it, and gathering that information, putting all the people that were religious, taking their prayers and their energies for that, and working with that and placing that in the space, talking to the liver transplant board, looked right at Alyssa and her husband and just said the only reason why she got on this list is because of that girl right there, me. And it was just like I knew how to navigate it. And this family had been very sick during that time because of other issues that I'm not sharing. But it was just like this love that just came into the space. And the dream of tomorrow is so important to build those dreams and work on the traumas too. So it's like we were still looking at those aspects and healing them while she's in there. And it was like amazing, like left and right, there's miracles. So when I got that panic attack, even for me, it was healing, where all of a sudden I was like, wait, maybe a lot of those panic attacks were actually visions and I was just missing it the whole time. But I don't think that it necessarily has to come that strong is the whole point, like not to get yourself there. But it just started to, like, I haven't had a panic attack since that day. I mean, in all fairness, I say this, like not like that. I got to retract that statement for a moment. I went through a very deep depression for about three months, and I was very, very anxious. And it wasn't like a panic. It was like I began having non-epileptic seizures, like 1 to 7 a day for 3 months, 3.5 months. So those could very much kind of be equated to like panic. But I mean like this kind of panic where you feel like you're going to come out both ends and pass out, and that kind, like death is knocking at the door kind of thing.
For sure.
It was like a difference. So like the panic changed, if you will. But anyway, it was fascinating. I got like my own semblance of healing with it. I went to the hospital the next morning. I'm like, I know this is going to sound crazy, but can you check her lungs? And sure enough, she was on the beginning stages of pneumonia. And had they not caught it right then, she would have been dead that night. She would have been dead. And so I just kept following that. And I just kept trying to find, even during that time, like I'm saying, how to nourish myself. What like my world was telling me about my own traumas when I would run into, or see different things. And so, I mean, it's just been really a fascinating journey on not only like helping people heal, but also learning how to heal myself. I think learning how to heal myself was the hardest and scariest part. It was like I was such a caretaker for so long. I would just externalize that and let everyone else, I would call it my self-esteem fundraiser, where I wasn't building my own self-esteem, so I needed everyone else to do it for me. Oh, Jen, you're so wonderful. Look at what you're doing, blah, And it's not about that at all. Like, it was killing me, and it was killing those that I love too, by showing up that way joy and keeping that process of that sickness of that sickness. It doesn't work that way. You gotta love yourself. And so it's been quite the journey, like to be able to learn. I'm always just absorbing everything that I can figure out. There's always more to know. There's things that I've learned that I don't believe anymore. It's evolutionary, not revolutionary.
Nice.
And so yeah, it's a pretty
Jen,
bad life.
that is an incredibly beautiful story, and you tell it incredibly well. And instead of me just going on, we need to get to all these comments because there are a lot of them.
It's my first time I see this. I resonate with. Good.
So let's hold on. Let's start with, okay. Munchie asked anyone know of Joe Dispenza? Yes, we talk about him a lot.
Yes.
You are the placebo. That is something we talk about a lot. And he gets into his energy, similar thing. And broken neck and spine shouldn't. Go ahead, do it.
The funny thing with Mella, with Joe Dispenza is after that weight loss story that I shared, I ended up going to my Feldenkrais teacher, and I had shared what had happened, and she was like, "Oh, have you ever heard of that movie? What the bleep do we know anyway?" And I hadn't. It came out in like 2005 or something, and and she goes, "I swear it says this exact thing in that movie." And so I went and I watched it. I was like, "Holy shit, that was my story!" And so I then totally watched Joe Dispenza, and it was like we very much Joe. He also had the broken back, healed himself. I feel like we had very similar stories, and I got very similar information to what he did. And definitely the neurological aspect I've been big into for quite a while, the vagus nerve. I mean, just with anxiety alone and the parasympathetic nervous system, it just is, it's been in the brain. Oh gosh. Joe Dispenza is awesome. So right on, Mello. Okay. Next comment.
Go ahead. What's the next one?
Okay. Are you going to read it or you want me to read it?
Okay. Nope, I want you to read it. Get the full reaction response. It's all you.
Okay. I resonate with all of this combo, Jen. Weight has always been an issue with me. Only just since quarantine started did I realize what you are saying. Awesome, Mello. No, that's awesome. I'm really glad that you're here. And I'm just telling you, it's just believing in yourself, and the weight loss, it's just not like what we were taught. It's just not. And that self-love journey and some of that, trauma that we're carrying, or also healing the transgenerational traumas. If you just embracing it is so awesome. And that's exactly why we're here and meeting, and we're all one, man. It's so awesome. I resonate with you. I needed to hear that. I turned 40 last Thursday, and I've been eating a lot of ice cream. Going to 50-year-old me would say, "Girl, eat that ice cream." Exactly. I totally agree with you. And my 40th is coming up on July 6th. So
beautiful. Yay.
It's just a number. And I look at the 40 as a conjunction, the 4, and this is just such a powerful time, Tiffany. It really, really is.
Totally.
Age isn't real. It was funny. Today, it was 4 years ago. I put a 3 years ago. I put a picture of myself up when I was 17. That I wanted to go back and get that girl, who she was, this theater girl, just bright, bright-eyed. And man, age is just a number. I would tell you, my gray hairs I had aren't there anymore. There's wrinkles, stuff that my body was aging is just, we can age in reverse. Benjamin Button. I eat the ice cream, fucking enjoy it. But listen to your body, there was a time where I just didn't want to eat meat for 2 years. I just was working with a lot of meat for my jobs. I was when I was 18, and it just sounded so gross to me. And so for 2 years I did the vegetarian, and then all of a sudden it came back where it was I really need meat, And so I've always just taken that thing where I say, just listen to your body and do what it loves. life is a mind game. Let's play. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's an interesting thing, like when it comes to the game, because I kind of go back and forth with it. Because I remember, like, there was a period of time in my life where I drank really heavy for about 5 years, and when I was on the process of starting to quit, I was talking with this therapist I was seeing, and I had gone like 24 days without drinking, and then I had this like week where I drank like 3 times in the week, and so I was like, I didn't drink this day, but I drank that day, you know, kind of thing. And she was just like, she looked at me and she's like, is this a game to you? You know, because it really sounds like a game to you. And so I think there's this like aspect, you know, because it wasn't a game. Like there's certain things that just really, I go back and forth with the game thing. I think that we got to have fun and enjoy it, but I think that it's more than just a game. I think there's a different level to it, but there's definitely times that I'm like, it's all a game. So yeah, life is a mind game. Yeah, it is learning to navigate that. The mind has been a very fascinating thing for me to learn to navigate. More of that emotional girl than the logical girl. So it's like finding that balance.
Wow, weird. You and Zach are living in the same place? Weird.
Oh,
Sounds like good balance.
Yeah, for sure. We're like that Etta Karina, and also kind of very opposite of each other. Like his ability, like with his logical mind, I just didn't think that way. I'm a double Cancer. I'm not just one. I'm like double. So like navigating that emotional field so that I could get to the feeling, so that I could understand my intuition, like still learning the logic is I'm still on that process. Yeah. But it doesn't come naturally to me yet. But it is much farther along than it was before.
And I'd like to cut in just for a second to really just like to give gratitude to how much Jen really has done. We can all, of course, see her on the screen. This first picture that I'm going to show of Jen is not that flattering in the sense of the quality of the picture, in her opinion, but it is such an amazing reference. So this picture that I'm going to show here first is Jen in February of 2016. Let me make sure I have the right one. Okay. And so this is Jen in 2016, right? Like, now this is Jen in January of 2019. I mean, obviously you can already see her on the screen. It's an incredible transformation, but it's not just a transformation of just like what she looks like either, though. I mean, like this spirit that's inside of there is like completely different. You know what I mean? Like she's really done like really just an enormous amount of, you could call it work, but it's not work. She's loved herself more and learned about herself and brought herself to a greater coherence with herself and learned how to focus more and learned how to handle her emotions and learned how to breathe and learned all these things. Just all these things. Like never really let anybody tell you that they like an awakening process is too difficult, because Jen's was probably rougher. Like I've done this for a very long time. Nothing came even close to Jen's. Like not even close. Like I literally breathed life back into her lungs while she made a conscious decision in an astral space to keep her heart pumping so that she could come back into her body. Like she could have definitely died right there. Like no doubt about it. She like suddenly, like we're in Cusco, Peru, and she just suddenly like blacks out behind this house in an alleyway, and like she turns completely blue-lipped and has this whole like out-of-body experience. She ends up like completely sick. This is all like Zika virus time around there. And like 3 days later, she's like, nope, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm going to the fucking jungle. We're doing this shit. And like 3 days later, we're in the fucking Amazon, right?
It wasn't even 3 days later, Zach. It was, yeah. So yeah, it was literally like that happened, and we were waiting for our flight from Cusco, which was the next morning, and then we flew to Lima, which we had a 16-hour layover to fly into Pucallpa, into the jungle. So it was like a not quite a 48-hour process to get there, but yeah, I actually, well, It was actually very fascinating. Like when you go into the Amazon, like I honestly believe I know how I got that fever. So like we had just gone to Machu Picchu, and then we went and we climbed up Juana Picchu, and at the top of Juana Picchu is where Zach ended up spreading some of his mom's ashes, and it was actually the first time that Zach ever professed his love to me, and I to him, and I could tell you, like in that moment, I was like, this is the most magical moment of my life. Why can't I feel it to the ultimate extreme that it's supposed to be?
Wait, what day was that on again?
Valentine's Day.
So you mean to tell me that some guy took you to Machu Picchu, hiked up a gigantic mountain with you, went through a ceremony of basically burying his mother, and then turned around and professed his love to you on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
What a guy. Continue.
Yeah, he was amazing. He's amazing.
Math calculator.
Yeah. So.
Well done, sir.
Yeah. So right after that, and I'm like pondering this inside my head, is like wanting to wake myself up. Really, is what it is, and through self-love, and somebody had mentioned, if you go down below, you can go see the Temple de la Luna. And so we're like, oh yeah, let's just go down there, and then we'll go, back up and go see the rest of Machu Picchu. So we go down, and once we get down there, I noticed this like little fly on my hand right here. I still have like a little scar from it. And it was just like this little yellow fly with bright red eyes. Should have been the indicator, but leave it to me, who was like big into like animals and loving animals. I was like, oh my God, yes, come with me. Let's go look at all these things. And this fly was on me for so long. And then all of a sudden I realized that this little fly was actually biting me. And that those red eyes that were just boring into me, well, he was feeding on me. And within, we ended up hiking out one of the most grueling hikes I've ever had, walking up like pre-Incan stairs. Like they made us go out this other way, and we hiked for hours and hours, Incan stairs, pre-Incan stairs, carrying our backpacks. It was pretty intense. But by the time we got back to the hotel, I was sick with fever. And my fever ended up getting like no temperature, but in my mind, it was like more than 106. And so like when Zach had said that, like I had collapsed and my lips had gone blue, like I was pulled out of my body. I my heart stopped in that time. And I heard that, sorry, there's people that came in. Joe came in, and they're really loud. Can you keep it down?
Joe, shut up. Jen is talking. Shut up, Joe.
Oh God. So anyway, I was like pulled out of my body into like the blackness, and I could observe myself as this like smallest, like doll-like figure. I watched myself floating through space, and I heard this person talking, telling me everything that I was happening. Like my life was done, and now once I get to that light that is there, like I saw the light, like just like they talked about, and that once I got there, that this experience was going to be done, and just walking me through my life, if you will. But it was my voice. And so, hold on. Can you guys be quiet? Please? Or go outside or something?
Yeah, we already told you once.
And so, anyway.
Do the third time. She's going to smack a bit.
Who's going to smack a bit? Well, but, anyway, right when I got to the light, I knew that was it, and I just screamed, "No, I want to live!" as like loud as I could. But like, I didn't scream in my body, but I screamed it as loud as I could. And that's when I woke up and Zach was over me doing the resuscitation to me.
Yeah.
And so then we went inside, and my first Kundalini experience was right after that. Actually, he ended up doing this meditation, and I saw and felt the snake go up my spine, and it was really quite incredible. I was still so sick, like, but I knew, like, I looked at Zach, and I was so grateful I was with a man that knew what kind of healing I needed, because I had no interest in going to the hospital, no interest in going to that kind of medicine. I knew without a doubt I had to go to the jungle, and in the jungle is where I would survive. And even though it was almost like the jungle had almost killed me, but I had made that decision that I needed to be there. And pretty right away, when I went into like the jungle through the gates of where we were staying, like the mosquitoes just covered me. Like, I was with sweaters, and like every part of me was just covered in mosquitoes from then on. They were just there, like, sucking out all the poisons. And really, it was only a couple days later that I had remembered that I had been so sick. It was weird. It was like I was just healed. And I was like, oh, and it took me a long time to talk about, like, the fact that I had almost died. Like, I didn't tell any of my family because they were already freaked out that I was going to Peru for all that amount of time. And
I get it. Yeah.
And so, I mean, I kept that quiet for a long time, and how that actually affected me. And I never realized I would come back, like, absolutely never the same person again. And I'm grateful. I do want to say that Zach was one of the most, I mean, he's just the most badass, like, in the jungle. Like, I'm covered with mosquitoes, psychologically trying to, like, deal. And Zach, he's like such a man. And he's just like, not a man, but like just this incredible being. And he like begins to whistle. And literally he begins to whistle. And these mosquitoes, like, not all of them, so many of them came off of me and just went all to him. And I hadn't realized, like, the magnitude I had on me until I saw it on him, which, like, probably freaked me out almost even more. But he never once killed a mosquito, not on purpose. I mean, maybe he, like, scratched his arm and possibly killed one, but, like, never once. In fact, like, I think it was in that picture he has of Dio DeMero and Rescinda, like, right before that, he was, like, killing the mosquitoes, Dio DeMero was. And everyone was shocked that any one person would just be okay with it, just accept it like that. It was the most incredible thing I had, like, not ever seen, but just really one of the most incredible things I'd ever seen.
Beautiful. Yeah, love it.
Yeah. So anyway, I got lots of stories. It's been quite a process.
I love seeing you gush with Jen Tilley. You just gush. You just do your thing. Not just Zach, but all of it. Just whatever. Whatever in your heart, your experiences is beautiful. Look, there are more comments. A lot more comments here, Jen.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay, beautiful, Jen. Thank you for sharing. So glad you were on the podcast tonight. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here. I love you very much. And I look forward to the day we get to meet in person. Yes, having you on here is medicine for everyone. You're an amazing person, Jen. Honestly, your energy is just beautiful. Jasmine, your energy is beautiful. I love you. Jen, honestly, this conversation is so inspiring. Thanks, Willow. Thanks. Jen, you are definitely still bright-eyed. Yeah. Willow, I agree. I needed this message. Good, Tiffany. I am so glad that you're here and you found us. Ditto out hello in your comments. Oh, really? Oh, my God, so much love.
Loud Joe said, yep, that's Jill. That's Jenny.
Yeah. Jen, you're beautiful. Oh, Jacob. Oh, man. These are so nice. She's beautiful in all pictures. Oh, gosh. Oh my gosh, it's just like, even just this whole area is just like, I feel you guys, man. I love you.
If there's tears up, the tears come, Jen. Fuck, let's be an awesome night for Jen.
Yeah, the tears have already come. I don't know.
I know, I saw them. I was watching them.
Aw, Jen is the coolest. Shit, man. I think you guys are the coolest. We're just all the. That's why we're all here, man. We're all together in this.
She has a second part to that comment.
Zach is the most romantic. He is very romantic for sure. Willow, you took the words right out of my mouth or on my fingers. I love that. Oh man, Zach is.
She's saying she loves the quote that's on here. We put the, have you noticed this quote? I had that on there for a while.
Yeah, if you stuff your issues, it goes into your tissues. It's absolutely accurate.
Let me distract you though. Zach is the most romantic. Please continue.
Oh no, yeah. The way that Zach and I met was just we were supposed to come together. I mean, it wasn't like the most romantic of stories. I had been on like 11 months of just not dating and only, doing my thing for myself. And my two guy friends, I think they just really wanted me to get laid, to be honest. I'm just not that girl. Yeah, but they're like, Jen, you should do something. I probably was pretty uptight, to be honest. OCD was real back then. So they were staying with me. I was in I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the Feldenkrais method, but I was studying, and so people would come from all over the world. And Eric, he came from Bali, and Curtis came down from Canada, and they would stay with me. And so they also, like, during that time, it was the first time I'd ever heard of ayahuasca too. This time right before I met Zach. And anyway, so they convinced me to join Tinder. And Zach was actually the very first person I talked to on Tinder. And he lived too far away. Like, he lived in Leavenworth, and I lived like in North Bend, but for the mileage, because you only put like within 20 miles or whatever, right? Yeah. And so there was no reason that we should have actually been linked together, but we were. Yeah, I was very, very, I liked his climbing photos that he had. He had this one photo of himself, this like joy and determination on his face that I just hadn't seen. I always like the adrenaline sports dudes. And so anyway, but yeah, no, like the way that Zach professed his love and the way he had organized it and just that moment, just like, so many moments. Like Zach has saved my life and breathed life into me. Like, that time I was having those seizures, man, I would stop breathing for so long. I can't tell you because I was seizing, but so long that he would end up keeping oxygen in my mouth, no matter how much like gross drool was coming out or any of those things, just helping me keep my brain cells in there. And there was this moment where I like he had referenced, like, I could have stopped my heart. Like literally I had this moment where I knew I could end it. Like, this was this decision. And again, no, it was, I will heal from this. I will get through this. And from there, I really started the uphill trend after that. So a modern day romance. Love without boundaries. Like, don't box in your love, man. That's my biggest thing that I would say. Like, when you come into a relationship, you just can't put boundaries on it, and you just learn to love that unconditionally, no matter what. And I've really tested that to the ultimate extremes with him, and he stood by my side, and I stood by him, and it's been really, really awesome. So yeah, a modern day romance, I would say yes. Thanks, Zach. We appreciate you saying this, Jim. Yeah. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Zach. I wouldn't. And also Dio DeMero and Lucinda in the jungle. Like, these three people were really, really, really huge and pivotal to helping save my life. So I definitely want to plug, like, if you have an extra $4.50, that feeds an entire family in the jungle. Please donate. Just $4.50. And that's a whole family. We have 100 of them we need to feed, so it's $450 a month. But they need our help, guys. They really do. And
links in the description down below.
Yeah, serious. Like, the jungle is an amazing place, and I hope you all get to experience it someday. Like it really is a whole other world. It's the heart chakra of the world. It really is. And so I definitely like to plug them, and however we can get it. But seriously, it's only $4.50 to feed one family. And I think that we all have that, you know. And if we could just get 100 of us to do that, then guess what? We really are going to save the earth. So we can do anything.
100%.
We can do anything. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's my plug on that one. That's my really big passion right now. It's doing that. Yeah, I live very, very, very simply. I definitely hit a point. I think it's an important part to my journey that I like to share is going through like this process of learning about myself and coming back and like getting rid of the disgusting caretaker that I was, like setting my boundaries and learning what that meant and actually taking care of myself in reverse. Like instead of caretake, it's take care. Like I needed to take care. And I had told this woman that I had cared about very much. It was the second time she was going through the cancer. The first one we healed, but she hadn't done any of the work that was necessary to keep it away. So it came back, you know. And she just didn't. She just. I couldn't help her, you know. And yet I kept showing up, and it was just I was losing parts of me, and I had to come to this point. Like, when are you going to choose you? And then I finally did. And I took 3 days with myself. And I finally went, I can't help you anymore. That was a huge thing to say no, to set a boundary.
Yeah,
and
totally.
literally, like, I was, my life completely changed after that. Like, that's when, like, that meditation where I talked about with, like, Shiva and Vishnu came, like, where I just faced my judgment day. I actually, I couldn't help anybody but myself. I literally was placed in a position that I couldn't. And also that I sat with myself too, where I was like, man, if you were to define success, like nobody else's level of success, like what is your definition of success? We keep striving for it. Like I have this like 3-story townhouse. I have this whole like I had a whole bedroom for my closet, just for my closet. And not only that, but in my bedroom, I had more in the closet. And then downstairs, I also had another, like, a whole closet for all the different coats that I had. And I can't even tell you how 1,000 pairs of shoes, like hats that you can believe, jewelry that you can believe, like, all of this energy. Like, I literally bought 6 just, like, on the go, Sonicare toothbrushes, like to go, like traveling toothbrushes for the guests that would potentially come and stay at my house, except nobody except for like Curtis and Eric when they come would ever come to my house. So I was like prepared for the nobody that would end up coming. Like I had all of these things and buying. But anyway, I came to myself and I was like, okay, if you were to define your success, what would it be? Like I looked at the fact that when I was younger, I got into the fitness industry, and next thing I know, I was general manager. By the time I was 24, working 70, 90 hours a week, I made my dad proud. I did that, right? This is my dad. My dad says, if you want to be successful in life, you have to work half the day. That means there's 24 hours in a day. 12 of those hours need to at least be spent on work, right? And so I don't believe in that. It's like different. This is just what my dad would say. But it was like, you know, when you go, you're trying to do these things for other people. No, I wanted to know what my success was. I'm sitting in this house, and it's just like interior designed out. Like I had an Ames chair. Like if you don't know what an Ames chair, like look into interior design. It's one of the best, like most known interior design chairs. Okay, famous. Like, but my mom's an interior designer. She was like president of the International Interior Design Association. You know, like. So my whole house was designed for pleasing my mother, who I never really let come over because, like, again, I had OCD and anything could be out of place. So I'd always go to her house. You know,
Yeah.
my mom definitely had way more attachments to my house than I did. I found that
Yeah,
it
isn't
was
that
true.
funny?
Like
Yeah, no doubt. Yep.
but what is my success? I did it for my
Yeah.
mom. I did it for my dad. What is mine? And right before I had gone to bed, Zach had written this quote on Facebook that said, if you externalize your security, the only thing that can reside on the inside is fear. And it was so true. It's like I had all of these things. I worked with as famous people as the Rockefellers, you know, the Rockefeller family, which is funny today.
Mhm.
But I love Wayne, and I love that family, honestly, really. But I mean, like the gamut, right? But
Yeah.
but it was all externalized, and all I could feel on my inside, as I was saying, anxiety was fear. I felt like I could lose it at any moment. Like any moment it was going to be gone. I could get sick or break my leg, and how was I going to afford all of this, you know? And I did have to, but that goes so quick, man. And so I went to bed on that, and I woke up the next morning and I went, if I was to define success based off of the world and all of those things, I have done it. I have an entire closet bedroom full of all designer things, like not just things, designer things, like Gucci's and Louis Vuittons and all that shit. And I'll tell you, that shit was the first things to break. Like when I like went out on the road, which I'm getting to, but my Target purse lasted longer than some of this shit. So like my value system has totally changed on it. But anyway, but I wake up the next morning and I'm like, man, if I was to define success, I've done it. And it really was more of like this woohoo kind of moment. Like, okay, you know, it wasn't like, woohoo, I've done it, I made it, success is here. It wasn't that at all. It was like, woohoo, I've done it. I am so, like, I'm vibrating out of my skin. I'm scared. And I went down the stairs after I came to the conclusion that, like, everything that I had created in this life, when it came to the definition of this world success, I had accomplished it. And I went down the stairs and I said, Zach, I want to sell everything that I own, and I just want to go on the road. And I was really grateful because he's a gypsy. And I always at first, like, my world, because I worked with very wealthy people, you know, they just couldn't imagine doing that, you know, like it was breaking these world and societal things. And so I was just like, I just want to sell everything. What if we like got a trailer and like built it out? And this is several years ago. It's now a real big thing. And but so Zach's like, okay, all right, well, where do we begin? Let's just like put on Facebook, does anyone know where we could get a trailer we could rebuild? And instantly this woman's like, I got one, you can have it for free. And so we like we go there and we go and see this trailer, and inside the trailer literally has every tool that you would need to rebuild this trailer.
Wow.
And so we began the process in the sense that we did some work to the trailer. We didn't end up building out that trailer. We ended up like getting this other gypsy trailer, and Joe actually said, I have this RV, come down and get this RV. And I was like, yeah, that's a super dope RV. It was this Vixen. It was like 1987 Vixen, and I think there was only like something like 16 left on the road, and it was so retro. And I'm like, that's it. And so anyway, selling everything you own, it's a lot of work. Zach did a lot of work. That was my stuff, and he helped me immensely. So anyway, we ended up deciding not to build out this trailer. We were able to donate it to this man that had a property that he would let people come and live on. So like it was perfect for his alley. The woman then said, well, I have this gypsy trailer. If you do some yard work, you can have this gypsy trailer. And we're like, oh, great. So we could store things. And it was so funny. If you could, I'm sure there's a picture we could show you at some point of just like the magnitude of stuff we started with. And so we really ended up going out on the road, and we've been on the road really ever since. This year we've kind of gone indoors in a different way. Like the Vixen, once we got down there, it didn't fit right. It just didn't fit right. And I ended up like, and it was at that point that I ended up hitting that depression and having seizures. But where this Vixen was stored was in this garage that used to be this like train museum. And so it was like these rooms like built out in there that were just like I don't know, it just looked like a town, like from all around the world.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
I just ended up like taking probably like the smallest room, one of the smallest, and I just like in the depression, I set up my like massage table, and that's where I stayed for a really long time to just like work through stuff and continue to lose stuff. It's interesting when you say I want to sell everything, you kind of do this thing where you're like, but not this and not this and not this.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
And really like and I also thought, gosh, all of this energy that I've been holding on to, like you commit to it when you buy like that toothbrush, you commit to like moving with it and doing all it takes energy. And I'm like, gosh, what could I do with all this energy? Oh man. And so, but when you say I will give everything, sometimes not sometimes, I think they listen. So there's things like, you know, like animals and stuff that I definitely didn't want to lose. A best friend didn't want to lose. But it's not that I lost them. I think they definitely knew and very much understood like my journey. Like my cat would have really, really had a hard time going on that journey. My dog, you know, like same thing, like traveling with 3 dogs is a lot, you know? She ended up getting kidnapped and so I like right before we ended up leaving the area, which was about 2 months later, I ended up spotting her, and where we were staying, you just can't run through areas. Like it just was not farm areas that you can run through, if you know what I mean. Like Joe got shot at the day before, you know, kind of thing. And so anyway, so I see her, little Sophie, her little bunny, like little bunny butt jumping through the fields. And I knew in that moment, like I can call for her, but she was happy. She had found this other spot, you know? And so I was very lucky to get like a level of healing around that. Cause for 2 months you're just like, but like, honestly, like I'm really, really grateful and learned that like our animals, our things, you know, this is just temporary. And like literally like my dog that you hear that coughs a lot. So when I was like, it was about 1.5 years later after Sophie was kidnapped, I realized I still had some trauma and needed to like face it now, you know? And so I decided that I was going to like take all of the wonderful things that I remembered about her, what she taught me about love, and birth that inside of me, if you will. Like I'm a woman, so I think men can do this too. But for me, you know, I took the power of that and I like birthed her inside of me, her essence, her energies, those things that were there, and I just brought about like this healing to it. And literally, I think it was the next day, maybe like within 48 hours of that meditation, I was staying off by myself. Like Zach and I were staying at like 2 different locations. I was doing some like solo healing stuff. And he was like within like not far, like half a mile from me. We were like solely separated. But I was like sleeping by myself over in this area out in the middle of the desert. We were out in the middle of the desert, okay? By myself. It's like 2:00 in the morning. And I had this like very lucid dream where I saw Sasha and Red Dog, which were like Red Dog's still alive. Sasha passed away at the end of this January, but I had this dream. Red Dog was the only one who'd been to my camp, and she was leading Sasha into the camp, and it was so real. And I was like, Red Dog, what are you doing here? And Sasha, and then all of a sudden I hear this coughing, right? And it's pulling me out of this dream. And I'm like, wait, there's no dogs here. There shouldn't be any. Wait, what is this coughing? I'm by myself. So normally for somebody that can be anxious, that could be a very anxious situation. Like, why am I hearing coughing? There shouldn't be any sounds. But it wasn't. It was like, I end up looking out the window and there is this little dog. Not little. He's like a medium. He's an American Eskimo. if you know what that is. He's this fluffy dog. Sophie had been a Norwegian boohund, which most people don't know what that is, but it's like a medium-sized dog that has a curly tail and like almost like that fox-like snout. Looks very much like an American Eskimo, but short hair. And Sophie was blonde. But anyway, I look out this window and there is this dog that looks so similar to Sophie, just like fluffier, just a fluffier version of Sophie, and the male. So I have the female and I have the male. It's my divine union of my sweet little doggies. So his name is Ariage. So it's like a beautiful divine union. So anyway, I looked out, he was there. He has this cough. I've treated it many ways. I'm pretty like 99.99% positive that it's hairballs. He's like, it's just hairballs.
Yeah, all right.
That he's coughing up. I've done so much work with him, and he is just like, he's an older dog. And like literally, like I believe that the people that owned him before thought he was dying. Like I think he really was on the last days of his life. And they just took him to the desert and they're like, oh, go be a doggy now, is what I think. Like that was just always my intuitive sense that he was released to go be a doggy, and he came right to me. He came right to me. He knew right where I was, I guess. And we've been together like ever since. And I mean, it's just like amazing. So it's like when it was time for me to have another animal, they came, and it was really, really rad. It was really rad. I definitely needed to not have animals for a moment there for a while I really had to focus on my healing.
Well, and like I had, in our marriage, we got early on because she always wanted a Pomeranian again. She had one in the past, and so it's kind of a cool story. This is what, a year into our marriage or something, and I've been looking into it for a while, and we'd had a lot of conversations. And so I knew what she wanted, what she was looking for. And so I set it up for her birthday / Christmas present or whatever for us. I got like, so it was a purebred Pomeranian. She ended up being 8.5 pounds. Oh God, I love her. she's like 8.5 pound, just ball of fur. And she's like cream colored, and she's like mostly white, like a white cream with some like honey. And she's got a white heart on her forehead.
Aww.
And my wife had been seeing, or ex-wife, my wife at the time had been seeing white hearts everywhere in the sky, like random places, like just white hearts for like months. And so she had this like white heart on her, and the way we found her is actually kind of a funny story, because I got the wrong kind. Apparently I missed some. I'm really good at details, right? Really, I remember dates, I remember things, like I just do. Like Zach, like that shit, I get it, man. It's putting details together and just executing, right? But like it's having the awareness to be aware of those details and the ones that have meaning, relevant. So anyway, I apparently missed it. So I've been working with this breeder for a while. I'd picked the dog ahead of time, and then I had the dog at home, so she came home, right? Now this isn't our current white pound Pomeranian puppy, right? So she's in this dilemma where immediately it is not the kind of dog she wanted. It was a a multicolored one or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And like, and it was just like, but it's a puppy and she loves it, and it's a gift. And I went to all this work, and like, she was great. I mean, she responded how, I don't know, most people would. Like, it was great. She's connecting with the puppy, and then being able to be honest with me a little bit and like share. And it was totally fine. I was like, yeah, I'm glad you fucking told me. Like, let's go see what the other options are or some shit. Like, Yeah. And I mean, it's kind of hard for letting go of the puppy, but like, I don't know, we did it in a way, it was fine. Anyway, so we ended up getting this one. She found it. It had a heart on it. And it was the kind of the runt of the pack. I'm not super runt, she's tiny, 8.5 pounds. Yeah. And she actually had Giardia, which we didn't know at first. So like, a side story on the puppies, like within the first like week, right, where we read all the Caesar books, all the training shit, and like helped tremendously. But one of the things is in the kennel, right? She was right by her bed, on the side of our bed, right next to us. But when she would, bark or whelp a little bit, I just kind of tap the kennel just a little bit, and I do that the thing Caesar does, right?
Yeah.
Which worked great for like the whole rest of like our dog ownership time. But at this time, it was like the wrong timing, because she had Giardia. She was shitting all over the place. When I eventually, like in the middle of the night, like she kept crying, shit everywhere, covered in shit, man. Felt so bad. Spent the next hour and a half washing the cage, bathing her, all that shit. Anyway, so like, but she was great. I mean, like we started early on. When we'd walk out the door, she'd always walk out behind us. We'd always walk through doorways first, or go upstairs first. Or when we take her on walks, we'd put her. She'd either be right next to us or a little behind. And like she's got in the habit, man. And I'd hold her on her back, upside down in one arm, and take her into stores and shit, man. And I'd walk with her. Like I didn't care. Like the whole like masculine thing didn't bother me. You're so in love with this fucking dog. Who cares what people think about you?
Yeah, sure. No,
You know?
I
Like,
yeah, I
whatever,
totally
man.
know. Yeah.
So,
With
but like to tie that, sorry, to tie that all into what you're saying, unless you had something on that dynamic,
Yep.
so I'm gonna tie it into the whole grieving thing. Okay, so like, so with her, I knew when I kind of saw the trajectory of my wife and I's marriage and where it was going. I mean, I started to grieve losing her probably, I mean, really seriously grieve 2 years in advance, and really the year before, so that because I knew that she needed her more than I did. And you know, it was, I mean, it's like the things that were hard that now they don't really hurt. I really appreciate that I had them. Like it's fine, it's not like pain, oh I wish I still had her. It's like really I was able to fully enjoy it. Now when I think about like the mornings where I'd wake up and she'd be nose to nose with me, and she'd just be waking up too, and if I kept my eyes closed she'd go back to sleep, and just like, oh my god, the amount of love and oxytocin
Yeah.
release, Jesus Christ. Like beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome. And every day you come home, she's just fucking freaking out because fucking you know, my wife at the time would be like, she'd be like, Diddy's home. Who is that? It's Diddy. It's Diddy. You know, and she'd just freak out, and she'd just be filled with love, like this infinite love, as
Diddy.
if nothing else has ever existed before you in that moment, or like you've been gone for a million years, and she just remembered you've been gone for a million years, and she gets to see you right now. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit. Love that shit. So
Oh,
I
I
had
do
to,
too.
so I had to like fully absorb all that shit, right? Well, the year or two before, knowing it was going that direction, choosing to face it's going to happen. It doesn't benefit me to delay that it's going to happen. At the same time, I'm not trying to rush the process. I'm trying to do the most possible coherent transition I can by realizing probably the trajectory this is going. And so that's fine. I realized soon enough ahead of time, and I just embodied, fully enjoyed every moment with her, and still do when I get to see her, every, you know, once a month-ish or so, or whatever. So like, and it's great. But even when I do, like, if I didn't see her again, it's okay. You know, when I
Yeah.
see her now, it's wonderful, but it's really okay. I've let her go.
Yeah. Good.
You know.
Yeah. It's like oftentimes, you know, those little creatures are brought in here to teach us something special about love. And I always say, if we could only share our love more like dogs. You know, if you watch
100%.
dogs like want to greet other dogs walking down the street, you know, they're so excited to see that other dog. You know, if we could emulate dogs or the love that they show a whole lot more, I mean, it would be that process of watching something fall in love with something fall in love with something fall in love, you know, and
Totally.
there's a lot that I am like super grateful. Like I definitely went through like that depression of like that. I depersonalized from the world. I really and it was through the love of a dog that I was really able to start trusting enough to reopen up. And
100%.
And I just, you know, like they're not necessarily always supposed to be like they have short lives, you know, they're not supposed to be with us for the entirety of ours. They're here to teach us the lessons for when we get them, and just showing those gratitudes for, you know, each moment. But like, you know, with Sophie, she's still inside, you know, like and I really like, there was this time too, like I think that their sweet little spirits can go into, you know, different animals in some ways, there was this day, like, I had put flyers up all over town about Sophie being kidnapped. And I ended up getting this call of this man, like, I think I have your dog, you know, and you're like, yeah. But there was this moment where I'm getting that, and this bird that I had not ever seen in this area, came flying into the garage, and it was like this pastel, like cute little fluffy bird, and it was just like making all this like kind of noise, and it just kind of came over me like, don't get your hopes up, it's not me, but I'm okay. And
so cool.
I end up talking to the man. It ends up not being Sophie, and and I'm recognizing this bird. Like I feel without a doubt this bird has come to bring peace to me. And once that phone call was done, that bird ended up flying out of the garage, which, you know, like honestly, usually when
Yeah.
birds get inside and it's a very large garage, like it just was this
Yeah.
process.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But loving animals. And, you know, it's like that kind of thing that you kind of needed to do, I guess, to have your wife be able to, or your ex-wife, to be able to like learn more about love. Like, you're a very loving man, Aaron, and this world's really lucky to have you. And I think that you very much embody that dog-like love, right? And so, yeah, she's still. Wait, what's the dog's name?
Mina, German for
Mina.
love. That's my understanding.
Yeah. Mina's still, you know, she's still with you always. You know, it's just like we as humans try and separate ourselves, and we're
Yeah.
not separate. We're not ever separate. Our hearts are always connected. And so yeah, cool. So
Thanks, Jen.
yeah, it's a journey. It's like you know, they say it's 50-50, or it's all a perception. You know, it can be 50% shit and 50% good, but it's neither of those things. It's not good and it's not bad. You're more than that. And if you can rise above that and just see the purity, well, this world works very differently then. Yeah.
Very, very true. Very well said.
Yeah. Trying to think what else. Are there any comments or anything?
No, I think people have just been listening. We have 11 viewers. You know, nobody's commented, but they're obviously listening. So
Cool. Yeah.
very cool.
Yeah.
I don't have to go anywhere. Whatever comes up, we can chat. Oh, well said. Munchie said, "Well said." There we go.
Thanks. It's Mellow. Thanks, Mellow.
Mellow. Well, where's Zach been? Was Zach jump on the chat? What are your thoughts, Zach? Jen just talked about a lot of amazing shit. A lot of shit you were there for. Like, what are your thoughts on like that mosquito shit? That's cool shit. I totally get that. That's cool. What other stories? Come on, Zach. They're jumping in now. We're still here. Oh, it's Victor Longoria, and I actually don't think Victor's ever been in chat. At least not, I missed it if he was. So that's or she, Victor.
We still here?
Well, they were still here because I was saying that you know, there are 11 people on the watching live, but
yay!
Willow said, "Jen, you hypnotized us with your storytelling."
Oh no! Wake up!
Still listening. Many similarities. Beautiful sharing.
Yeah. Awesome. Gosh. Zach, I think I can hear him talking outside, so I don't think he's actually present at the moment. But yeah, things that have been very helpful for me. I think it's important to learn to create. Drawing, I think, has been very, very helpful for me. I enjoy drawing a lot. Not a lot. I can't say a lot. I get in the mood, and then I'll draw for like a couple weeks, and then I kind of like fall off. But it's like when you were talking about like drawing sigils and stuff like that, and learning like to create, like to enjoy and understand the power that we have. Writing and journaling has been massive. Like before I go to bed, I'll like write out terrible handwriting, but can't really see it anyway. Just
I want to put it up there. We can put it up there.
No, it just is like my idea of like what my perfect day would be, like my most enjoyable next day, like, and I just write out like you know, like if I want to have a day where I end up doing body work with somebody or hang out with friends, the things that I love and enjoy, like good food or like balancing of self or playing my flute, or like just all the things I love. Like I write out my idea of the perfect day before I go to bed at night. And that like ends up, it's so fascinating because like it's like I end up like checking off like so many things like on there. I'm like, oh yes, creative sex happened today. Yes, this happened. You know, like these are the aspects that I wanted to have in there. And so not necessarily all the notches were, you know, done on there, but
did ring all the bells? Is that what you're saying?
But it's made a huge difference.
Yeah.
I could hear you talk all day, Jen. Aw, that's awesome. I love that, Jasmine. Gosh, I so enjoyed talking to you today. Like, really, that there's just like has been just so huge on my heart. I just thank you, Jasmine. Serious, thank you.
Are you talking third person? Or are you talking about talking on the show?
Jasmine and I talked today, and
Oh, nice. Yeah.
yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, you don't have to say anymore. I was just curious if you meant on the show or separately. So yeah, right on.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I just we're all connecting, and
Mhm.
the Facebook. I've kind of friended some people on there, and it's cool.
Yeah, I was surprised. Like, we didn't become friends until like 2 weeks in or something. I remember this one time I went to message you something in the show, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Where's her real name?" And like, how are we not friends? And then like, now I can message you shit in the middle of the show and whatever. Now, finally, It took
finally.
forever. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that Zach's phone broke like pretty much when this show started. I'm positive it was that long ago now. It's amazing. It's been 23 days. So, that was a process too, because like I had like attachments to my phone, things that I liked, things to look at social media, and like most of the time when I grab my phone, it's all logged into Zach's information, like social media, and like, and it's made like easier now where you can just like switch out the account, but like getting to my messages, there's just like different. I'm like slower on. I'm like, oh gosh, when did I check that? And like, so for the most part, I feel like I'm living without a phone, but I'm not. I can like have it a lot of times, but like Zach ended up getting like right after Frank had been on the show, and he's like, if you need something like a phone or something, someone will just come up and give you one. And like he literally made mention, not knowing that Zach didn't have a phone. He just was like talking about it, like how you can like manifest. And like literally the next, he didn't receive the phones, but somebody's like, here's a phone for you as a temporary, and here's another one. And it took like a little bit to actually end up getting those phones.
Sure.
But they haven't like been programmed yet, and transferred over. So I kind of have gone on that process of like detoxing a bit from, not even detoxing from social media. I'd really like to get back.
I was off for 2 months, man. I went from like, okay, I got back into social media like a little over a year ago, like for the first time like 7 or 8 years, and I just wasn't in it at all. And so I kind of feeling out the ropes and doing different shit. I did all sorts of different kinds of like modes I'd get into for posting or things. And like I swear I made new language using emojis. Like really, there's a couple posts I wrote like 100 plus emojis in it, but they give a visual cue for an emotional response with the words and the progression. It's interesting, but like I did it twice, like I think really well or well enough that I'm like, I'm bored with it, and then like move on to some other weird way to like fucking do social media. Sure. Anyway, my point is I worked through all this, and like before I just dropped off, I was like, nope, I'm done for a while. I was doing like probably 12, like 8 to 20 posts a day. Funny shit, fucking adorable shit. Like I gained a fucking following of like whoever likes that shit, I guess. But and here's a weird thing. I haven't quite figured out exactly how this happened, but really over the course of after doing an interview with Frank, the first one I did, after I went out to him, and like a month later, we did an interview on just in the private Fearless group. It wasn't ever public, and it only ever got like 400 or 500 views in there, I think, total. But very shortly after that, I went from like, I don't know, 400 friends, 700 friends, I don't know, whatever the hell it was, whatever it's ever been, and then to like fucking 5,000 I have to delete people. And I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck happened?
What the fuck happened? Yeah. I have like 182 people sitting in my like friend requests right now, but I have 20 spots right now available. Dude. So I'm not maxed at 5,000. But I want to save room for, like, I'm being more picky now.
Okay. Yeah, so that happened to you at some point. So my point is like part of I'm like, what the fuck was my transition point? So part of it was I was open. I wanted to meet people. I wanted to get into the fucking world, man. right? So
Yeah.
I'd like anyone who's interesting, friend request, just their image,
Yeah.
right, or their name or some shit, or their energy or something, like friend request,
Yeah.
like what? And I remember like for a while, like finding the most eccentric people I could out there, start seed, whatever, like just cool,
Yeah.
man. Whatever your
Yeah.
weirdness is, like I want to follow your shit
Love
for a
it.
while, and then if it
Nice.
gets weird, block you or whatever, I don't care.
Sure.
And at the same time, you start following that many people and you accept people because you're friendly or whatever, you get some weirdos and crap. My block list is like 200, 300 people long. I
Me
block people like
too. Me
I block
too.
people like it's fucking nothing, man. It's nothing. If you come off weird or it's a sales pitch or it's algorithmic and your name's super fucking foreign to Persian, sorry. You know, like there's a couple of Q things, like where I go to your page and you just uploaded shit in the last day. You're not a real
Yeah.
person.
No.
Jesus, or like
Go
whatever,
away.
like all that
Yeah.
shit. So it's like block fucking people
Yeah.
all the time. So at the same time, if I ever accidentally do that to someone, I may accidentally do that to someone. I've thought about that before. Like I hope people don't get offended. Like sometimes
Oh,
you do. It's just kind of like
I
reactionary. It's
did.
like nope.
I did that to somebody once.
Did you?
Like, yeah. But yeah. Yeah. But no. It was weird because I've been so isolated for so long from like the world, really. Like
Yeah.
because I'd just be out in the middle of nowhere in the mountains, so I would like end up going like in some of the places we would go stay. I would go get random jobs, and just like the like I had never really tried before, like or that maybe I had done when I was really young that weren't like in the healing. It was like I needed the social interaction. I wanted to learn the like mechanics and the skills. So like the first job I got was like at the Enzian Inn in Leavenworth and doing the breakfast. So I wanted to learn how to
Cool.
cook because I didn't know how to cook. So like I
I just
started like
anytime like you're in and breakfast for me, I mean immediately visceral reaction, mouth watering, scrambled eggs, and like fucking hash
oh,
browns,
dude,
like all that shit. Like
when
I
you
fucking
come,
love
I will
that
make
shit.
you the best breakfast. I love making
Right?
breakfast. I'm very
Yay.
good. I have like a great omelet pan.
If Zach doesn't
I love
like
go like this.
breakfast or doesn't eat breakfast, so you probably don't make it very often. That'll give me an
No,
excuse to make it. That makes you happy,
yeah,
and then I eat
yeah,
it, and that makes me happy. And
yeah.
I'll help
I
with the
love it.
dishes. Where everybody's happy. Great.
Great, great. I love it.
Good deal.
Yeah. So, my point in the job, so we're totally gonna do that. I love that.
Yeah, cool.
Is kind of like needing that social interaction because I got really like almost like socially retarded, if you will. Like I had just been like
Sure.
I hadn't talked to a whole lot of people after my seizures. Like I really had to like learn to
Reorient.
communicate again and do a whole lot of programming and a whole bunch of stuff. And so all of a sudden like these influx of people come and the fast like I can't even tell you how many penis like pictures men would send to me. Like I remember I was working with a client and I was like looking on Messenger talking with Zach and all of a sudden this dude just randomly like pops up, you know, like how you have the head, the faces. So I like click the face, like thinking I'm hitting Zach's now this dude and I'm sitting there with my client
What the fuck, man?
and all of a sudden there's like I can't even tell you how many freaking penis pictures. I don't want to see it. Don't do it. Like what? Why? Come on. So,
Dude, so Sasha Hicka has been in the chat before on Facebook. She wrote a fucking awesome post, like being like, "What the fuck? Listen, this is not okay, and here's why." Like it was really fucking good. Like it's like, what the fuck, man? It's insane to me. The guys even think that that's like, or it must be some kind of bot. I don't know. Like they're probing for a bot probing, but really, like guys actually think that elicits a response, or they must think it gets enough of a return. Like maybe they think 1% of the time that gets the what response are they looking for? Like someone else to just also send pictures. I bet you what they get is chicks sending back pictures that are fucking with them. They just go get some porn picture offline and just send it back to them or shit, and they think it's real, and then they think it's working.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't a clue. Like the magnitude of people that do it is mind blowing. And then also like just random people just calling me that I'd never even like really talked to. That you know, like the same kind of like vibe that you would get from them. And so my list of block is really long. And so it kind of like it did this weird thing is I was trying to like reach back out to the world and it was like not quite balanced to like the magnitude of like random inappropriate phone calls and times and penis pictures to like good dialogue like this, or you like
Yeah,
Jasmine and Willow, or just like just like basic messaging like people. And so it's been an interesting journey with me with social media and like getting out there. Sometimes like I'll go like with my Instagram, like when I spent time just really putting stuff on there, like I got 1,200 followers, like not even like separate from like high school, like it's just a whole separate account. My Gently Healing. You can go on
totally.
Instagram. I have Tilley. Go to that one, and that's like my high school, and there's like 1,200, there are people, not that I talk to anyone from high school at all, but like it is, those people that have kind of stayed there, but yeah, there's been a lot of people that like really receive the messages really well, and it's amazing like how fast it grows. And I got like afraid of my voice and like how like just talking there for a while, and I just wished so much that we could just telepathically like communicate. Like this was like this thing I wish so much. But then I got my voice back in my speech and gained more confidence in like how I wrote, like even like grammar and all those kinds of things. Like I had to regain that information, and it wasn't like it was all lost. It was just lost enough that my confidence was really shaken with it, And so I'm really excited to just like just to be out there. Like this chat, like guys, it's so helpful for me. So helpful. Any like phone conversation, super helpful. But now like my life, like I definitely have a lot more social interaction. Like it's really rad where I live, what we're building, and I mean it is definitely different than it was before, but it's been a journey of creation. Tell them about the bee, Jen. Oh, okay. So today I was talking with Jasmine, and the bee stuff. Okay, so I love bees. Bees are very, very I just freaking love the shit out of them. They're just amazing. I love wasps and hornets too, like equally. Like there is no like I love them. So it just like started. I share this, and I'll share your thing, Jasmine, too. Because it is really fucking dope. I love it. So when we were living in Leavenworth, we were outside, and so we had like the dog waters outside, and I noticed that kind of like the bees were drowning. They were actually wasps. I didn't realize at that time as I started to learn more and more about them. But I started like put sticks in there, and because they would fly in and knock another one in, and they would like kind of drown and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, no, I don't want them to drown. So I started like actually having water dishes for them and putting sticks in there. And then when I would see them drown, like at first I would just try and fish them out with a stick, and in the end I was just sticking my hand in and like pulling them out with my hand and letting them dry off and catch their breath, and like. I was only ever stung one time doing that, and I can't even tell you how many I don't even know how many bees I've held. Like literally just so many. Like I love them. And so anyway, so my relationship to bees and their messages just really resonate. And so and Jasmine, this is what I didn't tell you. I was telling you about Adelaide, this woman that I worked with. She lived to be 100 years old, and I got to work with her when she was 99. And I knew she wasn't going to live a day past 100, that she had lived her life. She journaled her whole life. She was such a cool woman, man. I just loved her. Like she would sit there, she would eat the food that I'd make her, and she's like, ooh, this is good. Just so like, so in the now. And, she was so excited one day. I came to her house, and her daughter, who was taking care of her, was really pretty freaked out because the veil was getting super thin. And so Adelaide's like, oh, I'm so excited to tell you, the bees came. I saw the bee, and the bee was just around. And Sue's like, Jen, there was no bee here. There was no bee. And we looked around, and I'm like, yeah, I know. I know the bees come because they're there to deliver the work, and they come. Like, it is very common, like when you start to do work with me, that the bee is coming to bring the work, to bring. Well, read about the medicine. Really, bees are really, really amazing. Wasps and hornets too. And the myth on the wasps and hornets, they are huge. One of the biggest pollinators. They do pollinate. So that most
Really?
people are like, oh, they don't. Oh yeah, they're bigger than I think bees are, and they just don't get the credit.
Why do they come off as such assholes then?
You need predators. You need the balance.
For the honeybees,
It's like a vulture. It's like a vulture and a hawk. You need the
Yeah,
balance.
but like, well, okay, but how would you handle then? I guess in your own perspective, I have no horses in the race here. Like, I haven't thought through my own opinion on it. Like, how would you handle the bee conflict then? If we like hornets are massive and some dynamics, not the only problem at all. There's there's aluminum, there's a whole bunch of other shit with bees, towers, all this shit. It's really real.
I know.
So anyway, so like,
It's
okay,
bad here in California. Yeah, that's that.
But the imbalance of like not enough bees, and if there's too many wasps being focusedly exterminated or dealt with in some way, how would you deal with trying to bring the balance back if they're actually a predator? There's too many predators.
Are you saying that the wasps? So if the wasps weren't dying as well, because they're just very much affected as the bees are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think in the terms of like the bees, the one everybody tries to save. So maybe it's people.
Yeah,
It's
save
not
the
so much
bees.
just the folks should be on the wasp too. Is what you're saying?
Like it's like, should we save the wasps as well? Is that what you're saying? Because we're working on saving the bees. Like, I think we should definitely save the wasps. Yeah, I mean, I think we should save the wasps.
I mean, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard that they pollinate too. I'll throw it out at my friend, throw it from my friend Nate, because I think he said specifically they don't, but obviously there's something you read that he hasn't. So actually, if you have an article or something on that, I'd really appreciate it. I'm going to forward it right onto him, like, like I'm a totally neutral mediator in this. I'm like, haha, she knows something on this subject you think you know a lot about. Deal with this article. Because he will. He's very objective. He'll be like, shit, I didn't know that. And like totally change his opinion. So like, if you have something, he's totally open. He just doesn't, I don't think he knows.
Yeah, I can get you that information for sure. Absolutely.
Cool.
But anyway, so with Jasmine, we set up. I messaged her yesterday, and I wanted to be able to sit and meet with her and kind of talk through some stuff and with her and meet with her and so yesterday. I think it was yesterday, right, Jasmine? Yeah, it had to be yesterday, not today. Sorry if it was today. Either way, yesterday or today, this bee came into the house, and she doesn't like bees, and also like it's a real kind of like fear that her son could potentially get stung by this bee. And so my biggest thing that I would say is careful of your thoughts, because they're listening, and if you're really putting the energy to it, they don't know, don't do it. They just hear this, like, sun sting, kind of thing. So careful with that. Anyway, so of course the bee came to her, and then she read the like, so kind of, how am I going to explain this? It's weird, Jasmine. I just want to say, like, to talk about things that I talk about clients with, it slightly makes me uncomfortable, because I just don't want to share things that are just personal and private between us. But I believe that, tell them about. So just your story was just so rad, because right after that, you're meeting yourself in all these spots, and there's chaos of looking for, like, she lost her keys, and so all of a sudden she stops in this moment of just searching for her keys for a while. And it's still having this bee situation happening. She stops and decides to, like, research, which I love. I say stop and research, but not just like read Google. I also will tell you, like, what is your symbol of it? What does it mean? Like, if you know that a bee technically shouldn't be able to fly, you know, what does that, but it does anyway, because it believes, like what we shared tonight. This is huge. This is a message, you know, this is a symbol set now. And so take what you know first. Like, take that so you can sit with your intuitive sense, and then Google. Go type in bee animal medicine, bee animal totem. And so she did. She not only researched one, but she kept going. And it said in it that you're going to meet with a stranger. And I think it might have said something to help with healing or something. It really pre-announced me to her before I came. So not only did the bee come, but she read something that literally pre-announced it. It's like Adelaide had, but she didn't read it. She just knew she was supposed to tell me that too. So yeah, I just think it really is awesome. It's kind of like Zach is often seen in meditation and psychedelic experiences by other people on a school bus. I think mine is the bee. I think people get, and so.
Wait, tell me more about Zach and the school bus.
Oh, literally, like, I can't, so many people, like one time when we were in Anza, like, Zach administered like a kind of ceremony for this guy, and of salvia, and the dude came back from that trip, and he had total dialogue, saw Zach on the school bus, had this whole story about it, and like that, like it's either in meditations, in dreams, in psychedelic experiences. I couldn't tell you how many people, like, I don't even know how many people. A lot of people.
I'm still trying to draw the correlation then. What's the school bus represent then for Zach?
Well, what does a school bus represent for? You'll need to ask Zach about that.
Oh, cool. Because
I can't answer.
You compared
You compared
it to your bee thing. So that's what I was just trying to see what that correlation was. Is all for the principle.
I correlated Zach's school bus thing to the bee thing, but just specific.
Did I hear somebody say school bus?
Yes, there he came. There he is. And really quickly, Jasmine, I hope that was okay what I shared, and that the message that you wanted me to say was delivered. I really value that message, and I just think it was so rad that happened, and that you were able to find that balance in it, because she ended up finding her keys right after she read that, so it just it resolved the issue. So it was pause, listen to the animal medicine, and before you buy into that chaos. So she had the bee, but then there was this moment of chaos, and then she's like, wait, I'll pause. She reads the bee medicine, and then they're found, So the biggest thing is just center with yourself, and it's really rad. There's messages everywhere. But the school bus, Zach, yeah, I was talking about, my symbol set, a lot of people see the bees when I'm coming, and with you, people see the school bus. And then Aaron asked a question. I was like, well, I can't really speak for you on what people's symbol, what you say the symbol is for the school bus, of what your interpretation is personally. So if you want to share that.
She set that up perfectly. I have nothing to add. Please answer the question.
I think pretty much it's an energetic resonance of basically some type of pathway or travel space to knowledge. So the same idea is the bus takes you to school and you learn things there. They see me driving the school bus because they recognize it as basically an energetic bandwidth that leads them to learning. It's my teacher medicine. I spend a lot of time with wolf medicine, which is teacher medicine, to the point where I spent a week of my life acting like a dog to get in touch with wolf medicine. And I don't entirely, I would like to put a warning label on this. Do not fuck with animism unless you are very, very ready to change your life. Because if you do not feed the wolf, it gets very angry. So nevertheless, I have that very much a teacher medicine. And I think that's just what people perceive, right? That's the pathway to knowledge, this, whatever, pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So,
It's kind of
okay.
weird. Like, I mean, I have a salvia experience where I was on my own school bus too, though,
No
which
doubt.
is pretty
We're
weird.
always
But,
learning. Like, well,
yeah.
you're a teacher or student teacher. That's what masters are. I mean, that's how you grow and learn and grow. It's
Yeah.
funny.
Oh,
It's like, okay, so like, yeah, so Jasmine said this, I don't mind sharing, and you said it perfectly. Munchie's was gonna go away, go to bed, but said, okay, I can't go away just yet. So Zach came on. Hey Jen, before we finish tonight, would you play your flute, please and thank you?
yes.
Jen could play us out with her flute and put intentions
Okay.
of all of us loving
For
and experiencing heaven on
For
earth
tomorrow.
in every moment and moving to a completely different reality where our dreams are instantly manifested by way of our thoughts and intention. And yeah, because it's real, boys. I just spent the whole time you guys were having this conversation, I just had one of the most wonderful conversations of my life outside with Joe. It was
We heard half of it was inside. We heard half.
it was crazy. It was
Yeah,
such
keep
a
going,
wonderful
sorry.
conversation. I really like, I can't possibly put it all into context because it's this massive convergence of like just years and years of life, and it's
Beautiful. Yeah, wonderful. I get it.
Honestly,
That's
it'd take another 5 hours to even like start to touch the tip of the iceberg, really.
a convergence of years and years of life. So me and other people might say that it's like an exchange of lifetimes or culminations of many parts of a life in a moment or whatever. I get what you're saying exactly. It totally makes sense. I have a lot of those moments.
Yeah, it's weird too because it's
cool.
like Joe and I have been kind of on this journey in many ways for the last like many years. Ever since I broke up with this girl I was together with for 8 years, that was the girl that I was together with before I was ever together with Jen. And nevertheless, like Joe was the guy who was there as soon as I like had a problem. I came into like work the next day and Joe was basically like, yo, something's wrong with you. Like we should hang out tonight. You know what I mean? And then there's just been kind of this like journey happening since then. But with recent events, pretty much our whole life has, and those years have kind of rolled themselves together, and for lack of a better word, it all makes sense now. So
Yeah. Joe is awesome.
Okay, so on a quick note before you play flute, so you've got your symbol set metaphorical entourages that follow you, apparently. I'm trying to think. I mean, maybe I'm just not thinking of something, but I can't think of something like I've had that specifically for me. But you guys have interacted with me enough. What do you feel like those things would be that follow me regularly or whatever, some way?
Symbol sets?
Yeah, like if B's thing, you said people say that follow you, and those people see the school buses.
Face Jesus, bro.
Jesus.
Really? Really?
That whole Hebrew thing and like the Christian line, like you know it inside and out. So I guarantee you bounce like every single thought off of some story of that, and that means that those things are always around with you, really.
I used to be a lot like that too, Aaron, because like I shared with you before, but I was raised Mormon, and then I left the church when I was 16, which caused a lot of rift. But I had studied it. And I was like very, very deeply into the religion, where I like as a teenager held these like callings within the church that were like the highest of callings for teenagers, you know? And I went to church every day before school, like, and I was seminary president, so I was there at 5:30 every morning, as everyone else was there at 6. You know, like I studied that shit, and so I get the metaphors for sure. Like when I first had the awakening process, like it really resonated like a lot in bringing that back. But the thing I always said is when I studied that I feel like everybody missed is that Jesus said, heal as I heal, not like I heal. Like literally, we all have the power to do this. If you want to walk on water, you can walk on water, but it might take a bit of doing to do that, but you have the ability to do that. If you want to heal, like you can lay your hand upon somebody and you can heal them. Just like, anyway, so the Jesus thing, I would definitely say with you currently. With animals, I don't know. I can't see that yet.
You can't see me on Jesus. Dude, check this out. It's so funny. that's fine. I'd say it's a good way to bring some of the things I've been thinking about and whatever. It's like it makes me realize where I'm at with it. Like one level of me, like I get it. Like I'm totally fine with it and all that stuff. It's funny. It resonates. It's an archetype. It's a symbol set that works for a lot of people. At the same time, like there was a time like I really obviously coming out of that. I'm like, I'm a perfect fucking bridge, man. Or like a lot of Christians, I was really thinking along those ways. Well, then I just kind of moved beyond that in my own time before I ever did podcasting stuff, whatever. And like I'm in a place now, like I don't think I really fucking care all that much. But like if Christians come, great. I don't really care, man. Like I'm on to way other things. So on some level, like I feel like the archetype will just fade. You know, it's like a thing now. You know, Frank and our dynamic, like all that shit, and like even now that we fucking added to it last night with the fucking Space Vishnu. What was it? Space Vishnu Creator? What was Space Vishnu Prime or some shit?
I can't remember what it was. Yeah. Some of that.
Like even that, that's it's whatever. It's like I don't mind now, but our other part's like, get a construct off me. Like I don't want any kind of archetype. I'm me.
Yeah, nice.
And I'll go into something else. I want to be something else. I want to be something else for a while. I'll try those clothes on.
Yeah.
I have this concept that I actually talked about in our WhatsApp group today. It's like the Greek forum concept, where functionally I sit at the center of the forum, light body, me, true self. And then around that sits all of these various different things. A lot of them are stuff that you would consider gods, like these Shivas and Vishnus and Brahmas and all this other kind of stuff. A bunch of Native American, like one's a Kokopelli dancer, for instance, like because they come from like my whole life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are things that I've learned things from, and this is my format of like respecting my ancestors. I keep them in a place. They're enshrined. It's the Hall of Fame. It's, you know, it's the Hall of Grand Masters, and it's basically inside of my head, and I bounce my thoughts off of them, looking for how they see it based off of their little symbol set and the story that they have, and they tell me how they see it, and my true self in the center of the forum coagulates all of their ideas, chooses exactly what's going to go out on the bandwidth, summons 9 versions of himself around them, entangles with a single format of himself inside of it, and boosts that motherfucker to the universe. It's exactly how it works.
Love that shit.
Abzu.
I love that shit, man. Well done.
Me too. It's my favorite thing in existence. It's amazing. Yep. So I think Jen should play the flute. This has been just such an amazing show. Everybody here is just so amazing. This world is just not amazing. We're not caught in a maze at all. We know exactly where the fuck to go. That's the coolest part about it. And everybody is here along for the ride. And this is just the beginning of something so much bigger. And I'm so excited. It's so wonderful.
100%. 100%.
So we're going to hear the wonderful Jennifer Tilley play her flute for us. The recording's not going to be that great because it's on a laptop. You can find her at Gently Healing on Instagram. She is so ready to go. This is an outro though, so she's going to have to pause it a little bit. Thank you for joining us tonight on Expanded Understanding. I've been alerted that the GoFundMe link that I'm guessing is in the description wasn't working right, so I will get that fixed. If you're having any problems with that, feel free to message me directly. We got a lot of stuff going on. We got an energy reading class that's going to be coming up here soon. We got, of course, the yoga all the time. We got the new segment with Angela coming up soon. It looks like Jen's going to have her own segment too, based off of tonight. And so we got a lot of stuff coming up, and we're super psyched for you guys to be here and help us create more. And just really appreciate you guys so much. Aaron, I love you. Jen, I love you. Every single person in the chat, I love you. Mello, Jasmine, Jacob, every Willow, every single person in here. I should go through this and say all of your names, actually. Definitely Joseph Dietz. He's my dude. Jasmine, Willow, Maya, Jacob is here. Yeah, really was by earlier. Tiffany, literally everybody in here. I was scrolling. If there was more that I missed, I love you too.
Victor,
like I'm thinking about you all the time.
We had a first timer, Victor.
Mello.
Where we at?
Victor, I'm so glad you came tonight. That's awesome. And Mello, I read that comment. Mello invited you in tonight. I think it said, and I think it's just so awesome. Welcome to our.
You will see Jen on here regularly with her own segment, but also nightly for the time being in the chat, being someone else said much around Chat Mom.
Awesome.
Victor Longoria. Love you too, man. Never even met you. But from now on, I'm going to think about you every day and push enormous amounts of positive intentions towards your life. If you would like to receive them, just open yourself up and your life will probably get a lot better. Even if it's already the best you can imagine.
Whoa,
I love you very much.
whoa. You were stealing Space Jesus' metaphor there and connection, man. They're supposed to open their heart to the love of Jesus, which is the love of another person in themselves. They just have to receive it. You just got to receive the gift of Jesus Christ.
Told you Jesus follows him around. All right.
What's my symbol set?
I love playing with it. It's great, man. It's fucking great. That's wonderful. I'll play with it for a while longer and I'll get bored.
All right. So here we go with Jen playing some flute to whisk us off to a good night. We'll definitely see you tomorrow. Lots of fun and exciting stuff coming up. Every time you close your eyes, you could open them to a completely different reality. I love you very much.
100%.
Awesome. All right, here we go. I love you guys so much. Thank you for listening to me. And I hope that you all have a wonderful night, wonderful day. And I'm honored that you're all here. And I appreciate you. I really do. And we're going to change the world together. You're awesome. And good night.
Love you guys.
Do this.
Love you guys very much. Yeah. Mwah.
We'll be getting some high quality recordings of Jen here in the near future when we have all our mics set up and stuff like that. And we'll be sampling it even over the top of some other music. And we'll be making music just for the community.
And also, this is maybe one of the best pictures I've ever seen. Not just of you two. That's a cool fucking picture. Like, that's almost like the totally fucking, like, viral picture. Cool fucking picture, man. And that's awesome. That's authentic in you two. Cool.
Dude, that was the most rad sunset I've ever seen in my life. It was momentous clouds, and it was rolling like rose quartz. It was so beautiful. Beautiful.
It looks like what a capture, man. It looks exactly like you just described. Like, fucking well done. Beautiful. That's so cool.
I would also like to note that this picture really encapsulates something special. Those times that Jen told you where she was doing like the hardest, she was having this deep depression, 1 to 7 seizures a day. This is during that time. Your shit doesn't have to be painful all the time. Like, she's happy right there despite that. And like, we're a lot closer than you might think. I love all of you. And we'll be back again tomorrow to get even closer. Yeah.
Yeah.